This
Order.
conference will now be recorded.
Okay. I'll say that again. Good morning, everybody. And it's 9 o'clock. I'll call the meeting to order. And whose turn is it for land acknowledgement?
I believe it's Councillor Deputy Mayor Milne.
Okay. Brian, would you like to do that then, or? Okay.
Sure can. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. As we gather, we recognize and acknowledge the traditional keepers of this land with whom we share today. The Township of Southgate is a part of the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, Six Nations of the Grand River, Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, the Haudenosaunee, and Saugeen Métis. The land that surrounds us is part of who we are, and it reflects our histories. May we live in peace and friendship with all of its diverse peoples.
Thank you, Brian. I was at Dave and I met with a couple of people from the Catholic School Board, and they were saying that they have their acknowledgement taped, and it's a video as well. And I thought that's something council might want to consider in the future, because it's not just the words. There's the video that goes behind the words, and it shows a little bit of what they're about. And they worked with SON to come up with that. So just food for people's thought in the future, when there's spare time to develop things. Okay. Open forum. Lindsay, do we have anyone registered for open forum?
We do, Mayor Woodbury. I wondered if you wanted to let Bev introduce Stephanie before we move into that.
Absolutely. You know me, I was already going somewhere else. Okay, so who do we have up for open forum?
We have Corey Allen for open forum.
Okay, and that's no one else has put in?
No.
Okay, thanks. Corey, if you're there, welcome, and open forum. You have a few minutes to go ahead.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
So I just I want to come on quick, and I read the council PDF for what's on the agenda for today, and I just have questions, I guess, on the restricted act of council, the lame duck. My question is, what have you guys done in the last 4 years? You've let a CAO bring embarrassment. He admitted to lying. You guys had grounds for termination on him, and you didn't act. You did not act. He ruined someone's career in this town and other people's careers in this town. So again, I put in my delegation. You guys said you're going to come out with a tender for the hydrovac. I sent you all the pictures of the hydrovac working in town, yet I keep getting passed up on. So tell me how you're not already in lame duck and that you haven't been in lame duck all this time. I attended a fire last week across the road. I called it in. I'm the one that reported it. My backhoe, my dad's backhoe, was good enough to work for your fire department, but I'm not. I pulled line for your firefighters. I hooked up discharge 1 from pump 11 for them, but I'm not good enough. So tell me, all you council that are rerunning, how you're not already in lame duck. Barb DeBreen, Mel messaged you. We're across the road. You're running for deputy, but you won't reply to somebody? So, and as for a recession plan, how does it make any sense that 70–80% of our population's in Dundalk and we're moving the meetings out to Holstein? Is that because you don't want the public coming in off the street? Is that because the CAO failed to recognize the growth of the town and give this town a building here in Dundalk where people can come in and voice their concerns? How about the public works? Where's their new building? What about the Dundalk Fire Department? Where's all that planning for the new building? Why has nothing been done? Where's our old pumper, the 49, sitting out at where? Because it used to get stored across the road at Lumibunk. But now where is it sitting? It sat outside for 3-4 months. It's supposed to be getting restored. What's going on with that? And this isn't a shot at the Dundalk Fire Department. It's the lack of recession planning based on a CAO who can lie, manipulate, make up stories and embarrass this town and embarrass the people that work for it. And you guys do nothing about it. You hide behind it. People ask you questions and you say, we can't answer that. We can't answer that. That's not our business. So again, I'll go back to my delegation. Where's the report? Where is the tender? That's all I have.
Okay. Thanks, Corey. As you would know, it's open forum for you to say your opinion, and there isn't a response from council.
Point of privilege. I can't hear Mayor Woodbury for the wind on Mr. Allen's microphone. If he could mute so that we could hear the mayor's response, it would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, Corey. Yeah, what I'll just repeat, as you know, when you do a open forum, it's in the procedures that you can state your opinions, and that's what they are. That's what you did. But council does not respond. I will let you know that the idea of that you brought up of tenders is being worked on, but it's not a single item. It was looked at a lot of things that are done one-off like that, and it's coming back as a package. So that's going there. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons, and they were said at open council meetings as well about moving. So if there's room, and you're laying things on the CAO's lap that are partly him and a lot of council. So and as mayor, I'll take responsibility for all of this stuff. But thank you for stepping up. Thank you for your comments. Lindsay, do you have any more for this open forum?
No, no one else signed up.
Okay, then Bev, if you're there. Sorry,
I am Mayor.
Lindsay reminded me that I was going to go to you first, and I said yes, and then went to Corey. So I'll go to you now.
Right.
Yeah.
That's quite all right. Thank you. I just want to take a few moments of councillors' time to introduce the new hire, or our new administration worker who is working alongside Kathy. I want to make it clear that Kathy is still with us. It's just our second admin staff, Stephanie Johnson, who worked for the library. I managed to grab her from the library in Dundalk, so unfortunately they're out a good employee, and I hopefully have one. I just wanted to introduce you so you could all see her face and she could see yours when you come into the office.
Hi guys.
You can barely see her, I know.
Welcome, Stephanie, and glad to have you on board. And well, building department was in the library for a long time, so it's just kind of an extension of that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for requesting that, Beth. If there's any declarations of interest, pecuniary or otherwise, you can declare now or at any time, and the proper paperwork goes to Lindsay. See, I missed confirmation of the agenda. You can see how today's going for me. Moved by Barb, seconded by Martin, that we confirm the agenda as amended. And Lindsay, did you want to mention what the amendments were, please?
Yes, Mayor Woodbury, let me just pull them up here. There was an amendment to bylaw 2022-090. The, oh, sorry, yes, 090. The, I'm trying to find it, pardon me. The subdivision agreement for Flato East Phase 7, 8, and 10 that was an amendment there. And then there was an amendment, just a friendly amendment to 092, which is the security maintenance policy, just some typo.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on the agenda as amended? Barbara?
Thank you. I also note that Holly has emailed us public comments for C8-22 for the public meeting portion that for some reason didn't get uploaded, so due to technical issues. So I think that we should also consider those comments in our deliberations in our public meeting. And I'm sure that Clinton was going to share those verbally. So if we could just make sure that those are added as well. Thank you.
Okay, yep, will do. Thank you. Any other comments on the agenda as amended? Seeing none, is anyone opposed to this motion? I'll declare that carried. Next, we'll move on to the public meeting portion. And there we go. So this public meeting is concerning proposed zoning bylaw amendments pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act, and it will be filed C8-22. It's just looking for the Gray Ridge Metals, and it's at Concession 3, Lot 18, Geographic Township of Proton, civic address 185673 Gray Road 9, and they're I'll get into the purpose in a minute. Any person or public body is entitled to attend a public meeting and make written or oral submissions in support of or in opposition to any proposed zoning bylaw amendments. Written comments should be submitted to the clerk, Lindsay Green. If a person or public body does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of Southgate before the zoning bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of council of the Township of Southgate to the local planning appeals tribunal. And in addition, they may not be added as a party to the hearing of an appeal before the local planning appeals tribunal. What's in the opinion of the board, there are reasonable grounds to do so. So I read the address of our one file here. The purpose of the zoning bylaw amendment application is to allow for an on-farm diversified use, that being a small scale dry industrial use shop, including for sale of lumber and other building materials. It'll be retail sales. The owners wish to add the shop to the list of permitted uses for the agricultural zone. The shop, including office and power room, is proposed to be up to 700 meters squared with outside storage of approximately 500 meters squared. The effect of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment would be to change the zone symbol on a portion of the subject lands to permit the dry industrial use shop within the agricultural exception zone. An environmental protection zone boundary may be adjusted based on Conservation Authority comments. Could I have confirmation proper notice was given, please?
Yes, Chair Woodbury, proper notice was given in accordance with the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you. And now I'll introduce our planner, Clint Stredwick, to review any correspondence and give us some words of wisdom.
Thank you, Chair Woodbury, and good morning, Council. You may have seen this one. This one was already back for a public meeting initially in May, and then we realized that there was an issue with the circulation. So to err on the side of caution, we decided to get it out as quickly as possible to have a second public meeting to allow for public input. And we have received a letter, as Barbara Dobreen had noted, that's been emailed to you all. We only received it on July 4th, so we haven't had a chance to get it up on the website, but Holly is working on that. And so you all have a copy of it. It's about 6 pages, so I'm just going to summarize the main issues, but if you want to read it in word for word in depth, by all means, you all have a copy of it. So going forward, I'll read the comments and then I'll explain a bit more about the application. So the first comments I have here are from the Historic Saugeen Métis, and they have no objection or opposition to the proposed zoning. The Public Works Department indicate that it's a county jurisdiction as far as the road standard and entrance requirements, and there's no issue with wellhead protection areas. The County of Grey staff indicate that the transportation staff have reviewed the subject application. As the property fronts on Grey Road 9, staff have indicated that a commercial entrance permit is required to support the development, and then an application for this permit has already been submitted. Transportation staff have no further concerns. The county indicates that it's recommended the D6 guidelines be achieved to the proposed development and that MDS be achieved if required by the Southgate zoning bylaw. Provided that positive comments are received from the Conservation Authority, the county has no further concerns. The Conservation Authority indicate that the application is generally acceptable to the SVCA staff. And that's Television's comments. We did have one comment from a member of the public, which, as I said, the letter from George de Andrade, I believe, and John Tries, I believe, are the names on the letter. So, as I said, I'm going to summarize it. The first concern they had was that they wanted to know that it was how it was consistent with the PPS and how it was consistent with the official plan. So when I bring forward my report, I will specifically be addressing those like I always do in my report. They were concerned about conflicting land uses because there is residential development across the road and further on down that road because of the historical checkerboarding pattern from years and years ago. They're concerned about the vehicle access onto Grey Road 9 and the fact that that's a bit of a hill and a blind spot, etc., for traffic. They were worried about the suitability of land for the proposed use. So it's an agricultural lot, it's an agricultural farm, and they're wondering about, is it really suitable to have this proposed use on the property? There was a concern about a risk of flooding. There was an issue with how much fill is being brought onto the property and whatnot in preparation for development that could cause some flooding further on towards this person's property and others. And then the other comment I have is one of the biggest concerns is they had a potential noise issue with respect to if there's going to be a sawmill there or saws running all the time or a plane, heaven forbid, a planer, which are quite noisy and loud sorts of things. So I will address those in my report and confirm with the applicant what is the intention there, and we can actually put some restrictions to that effect in our zoning bylaw amendments to specifically limit those things as part of the restrictions on the use. So it is workable to do something like that. So that's the comments summarized. Again, you all have a full copy that you can review at your own at your own leisure. So this application then is for an on-farm shop with a retail component. So essentially what they want to do is bring in some lumber to be able to sell to neighboring farms and whatever for work on their farms, etc. So that would be everything from 2x4s, etc. So that's what they're proposing to do, to be able to sell that. They may need to cut a few things, but it's not anticipated that this is going to be a sawmill where that's all they do is saw all the time. There are also there are restrictions in terms of the noise bylaw, because they are in close proximity, because it's right next door to the municipal office, that there are some noise considerations that they are going to have to adhere to. So I will be reaching back to the applicant on that to get some clarification, but I just wanted to let you know that that's essentially what they're looking at doing, and if I can answer any questions, I will.
Great, thanks, Clint. So yeah, I'll just confirm that that letter and any other comments you receive will be part of the permanent file. They'll be attached to that so that they're public documents, and that you do address all those. And if there's something that we hadn't seen that's a deal breaker, then it'll be a deal breaker. And if there's things that can be worked around, then they'll to a successful conclusion, then they'll be worked at. So it's and no decisions will be made today. Questions from council? Brian.
Thank you, John. Clint, as you indicate there, and if I understand correctly, this is primarily going to be a retail operation. Is that correct?
That was my understanding, is that that was the primary thing. They just wanted to be able to bring in some lumber to have available for the neighboring farms and whatnot. But
right. So I
they
guess
may have some other small things going on there, but they haven't specified.
Right. So I guess my concern is, or my question rather, is where is the line between retailing, I don't know, jars of honey at the farm gate and retailing tractor trailer loads of lumber to build barns in the area? I guess I'm just wondering, where is that line, and where, what can you point towards to say this is a diversified farm use, when really it's just a reselling of lumber? At least that's what it appears like. Yet, can you help me a little bit with that, please?
Well, and this will come as part of my review. The province has put out a document on on-farm diversified uses and agriculturally related uses that specify all of these the types of uses that are considered and contemplated within that. So it has to be able to meet that that criteria, I guess. It's an on-farm diversified use is not the same as farm gate sales. Farm
I
gate
understand that.
Specifically, it's produced on the farm and you can sell it on the farm. And that's not the same as if bringing it in from somewhere else and reselling it like you're suggesting. So those are different for sure.
Okay, I look forward to your report. Thank you.
Okay, any more, Barbara?
Thank you. I too have concerns similar to Deputy Mayor Milnes. The public comments includes concerns about the soils. That's my first comment that will be addressed. They probably aren't aware that the applicant had to go through the soils bylaw and has to have all the testing. So that And I just wanted to state that for anyone listening, if they're listening, with regard to this file. The truckloads of soil are tested and has gone through engineering protocols. Perhaps Bev Fisher can speak to that. But I too have concerns. When is it going to stop? We had no idea that the volume of soil, I certainly didn't anyway. And I know that Clinton, you'll address that in your report. The application indicates that they're asking to rezone for dry manufacturing. And then there's a handwritten addition with also some resale proposed, but not limited to building materials. So resale, as opposed to retail sales, it says both. It kind of leads me to believe that they are going to be manufacturing lumber and reselling it or resaling it. So I look forward to your report and clarification on what they are actually going to be manufacturing, because that does play a role in how you do your site plans and the approval process. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to clarify one aspect. The soil issue and the amount of soil and all of that stuff is to a large extent a separate issue from the land use, because they can get a permit to add soil to their property in the rural area anytime they want. Well, I shouldn't say anytime, but it doesn't have to relate to development. It could relate to agriculture in terms of raising their land up so that it's not in the floodplain, so that they can grow better crops, that sort of thing, and have it so that they can have a barn and a house there that's level and suitable to their purposes. So it doesn't always have to be about just the development. Certainly that the development will often contribute to that, but they're not necessarily tied, meaning they can still go ahead with all of that fill, which is right now, because they don't have permission for the other, is what's causing a lot of grief in terms of the amount of trucks and whatnot going on and off the property and that sort of thing. So there should be a distinction there between the two, that they're related, but they're not necessarily joined at the hip. One could still go ahead without the other. Okay.
Follow up.
Yep, go ahead, Barb.
Thank you. And yes, Clinton, that's why I raised it, so that anyone listening could understand that they are separate, and that the soils importation was approved and regulated. But in fairness, that was approved based on the applicant requiring a horse barn and buggy shed. So now the amount of soil and the creation of this 2-acre plot, whatever, to now requiring or requesting dry industrial is, we only know what we know at the time, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just add to that?
Yeah.
It's not just a horse barn and buggy shed. There's also going to be a sheep barn there, where, from my understanding, there's going to be over 100 head of sheep there. So there is a definite agricultural use necessary, and they are bringing that sheep barn closer to the creek area, which is why they need to raise that up further, so that it is out of the floodplain and whatnot, and the Conservation Authority remains okay with it. That's the first and foremost thing. So right now, most of the work being done there is for agricultural and or living reasons, not necessarily for the the shop reasons.
One more, Mayor Woodbury.
Yep.
Yes, thank you. And in your report, Clinton, you know, we haven't had a sketch the applicant hasn't provided a sketch of where the placement of these buildings are going to be. And maybe that would be helpful in helping to resolve some concerns. Just my comment. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Barb. And just to kind of add to that, as I went through the email we got this morning with the 6-page letter, one of the things that I wanted to address in it as part of the public meeting is there's a statement in there that it seems that the whole situation is like a done deal. And no, Clint's our planner and he'll have to address all the comments. And we haven't made any decision on this at all at this point. And any work that the person's done on their land to prepare for this, whether it was preparing for this or something else, or whether it's changed since he started, that's up to them. That's not part of this. So it is definitely not a done deal. And we'll look into all the comments. Any more from council? Martin?
Yeah, thank you, John. Good morning, Clinton. One of the I read that letter too this morning. Thank you, Holly. I know it's a Gray Road 9 county road, but I was seeing what their thoughts were, and that brings up a good point. It's right on the crest of a hill with some trucks and all that. So like, how is that going to work? Like,
go ahead, Clint.
The township be liable because of where it is? Like, that is a crest of a hill. There have been accidents there before.
Well, I would suggest that it would be the county, as it's their jurisdiction, and they're the ones who are to approve the access wherever it is on the property, and it has to be a safe access. So, and if it's not one of those things, then it's the county who's going to be ultimately responsible for that.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Clint, but there has been an access there. It was a road to the barn when I lived just down the road from it almost 40 years ago. So it would just be a change of the entranceway there, really. And that would be what the county would be more concerned with, it being commercial now and having comment. Otherwise, if they still just used it for agriculture, there probably wouldn't need to be any permit on it. Is that fairly correct, Clint?
I'm getting into something that's not really my expertise in terms of
That's a good answer.
Permits of the Gray County system and whatnot, but I would leave it to the Gray County to approve and permit their entrances. I don't want to get into that.
Okay, good. Appreciate that. So we'll take my comment on that as just kind of what I had thought and not as fact, because I hadn't checked it, but that so we'll just leave my comment out of that. Any more from council? Okay. If the applicant or agent is present, if you could identify yourself and have anything to say, that would now would be the time. Okay. Members of the public, is there anyone that would like to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone that would like to speak opposed to this? Okay. Any further questions from council?
Nope.
All right. I'll declare this portion of the meeting, the public planning portion, adjourned at 9:35. So thank you. And As usual, Clint, we'll leave that in your hands to answer questions and sort things out, and look forward to your report. Next up, we have delegation from Principals Integrity. It's the annual report. And to put it on the floor, I have a motion moved by Jim and seconded by Barb that we receive this for information. I saw Janice there a second ago. Oh, there you are. I'm looking at too many pictures on my screen. Good morning, Janice. I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council, for making a little time for me this morning. I'm here without my partner, Jeff Abrams, who's on vacation in La Belle Provence. So I will be doing this solo. This really is we euphemistically call it an annual report. We don't really get a report to you every single year. It's been that kind of a term where we were interrupted by a pandemic. And so we've really only gotten these to you periodically, but we thought it's appropriate to get it out now at really we're drawing to the end of the term of council. We think of this as a bit of a good housekeeping report for you. It's a good housekeeping seal of approval in a sense, because from our perspective and our vantage point, and we serve over 40 municipalities, we think this is functioning in your municipality much in the way it should. So let me just, for the public's understanding, just go over a little bit at a high level, the role of an integrity commissioner. An integrity commissioner is a mandatory accountability officer that all municipalities are required to have. And municipalities are required to have a code of conduct. And that is certainly the case here in Southgate. And so an integrity commissioner serves a number of functions, provides advice and guidance to members of council. That advice is provided in writing and is confidential to the member who receives it. An integrity commissioner also assists on policy development. So updating codes of conduct, etc., other policy documents, which sometimes come into play, and is available for advice to senior staff as well on those ethical matters. And an integrity commissioner, of course, deals with not only conduct and behavior addressed through the Code of Conduct, but also under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. So we sort of blend the conflict of interest matters together. It's both common law and statutory, and we provide advice and guidance on that. And we ultimately are the body that can receive complaints from members of council, members of the public, or anybody who has a concern about the conduct of a individual member of council. We are not an oversight body for council's policy decisions, etc. So in our report to you, we sort of put into buckets the areas that we have served you in, and the first one is really policy development. And there hasn't been a whole lot of opportunity. We've been through the pandemic, and so there really hasn't been a whole lot of opportunity to do very much, but we certainly did, not reflected in this report, but reflected in the previous annual report we provided you. We certainly attended in the spring of 2019 to do an education and training session with council. Under the next category, which is advice, as I say, the advice that we provide is confidential, but it's an opportunity for members of council and members of local boards who have an ethical dilemma or quandary or question to reach out to us in confidence, and we can provide that advice to the member in confidence, and they can rely on that advice. That basically bulletproofs them. If they follow that advice and provided that the facts are as set out, then they're basically bulletproof in whatever conduct they engage in, provided they're following that advice. So in the course of the past year plus that is covered by this annual report, we've had the opportunity on 3 occasions to respond to members of council's inquiries. And so in that respect, we do think this framework, this regime, if you will, is working exactly as it's supposed to. Members of council are aware that they can reach out, and from time to time, if they have need, they reach out. And finally, in the third bucket is complaints that we have administered. And in the course of the period covered by this report, there have been no complaints to us. I'm happy to advise you, and we think that's a good thing, and that underscores that apparently those who are observing you also feel that you're operating with good ethics. So that's a good thing. If we had received complaints, we always look to resolution if we can seek course correction from an errant member of council. If there's a transgression that's simply inadvertent, etc., we try to seek course correction and resolve a matter without a public report. So we say about 85% of complaints that we do receive from clients across the province are resolved without a public report. We really seek to resolve through meaningful course correction. Sometimes a little education and training goes a long way, and an apology can go a long way. But as I say, in Southgate, there have been no complaints in the period covered by this annual report. So we talk in the annual report about some of the observations that we have around the province. And so in some of those, I'll just pull it up, these issues arise frequently and repeatedly. And so we think that there's some takeaways in this for every municipality. And so one of those is with respect to non-disparagement. So we think it's important that members of council recognize that they cannot disparage others, even though they may disagree. They need to do so with respect and decorum. And so it should go without saying, but sometimes it doesn't. And sometimes those things these days find their way into social media. So it becomes almost sniping or disrespectful, etc. And for those kinds of comments, members of council will be held to account, and they can generate complaints where they need to really walk back some of their comments. Another area is with respect to leaking information from closed session. So whether that's confidential information that they were provided by way of report or the substance of a discussion in closed session, those matters, it's council's decision if and when a matter is going to be made public. It is not an individual member of council who gets to decide, oh, I think this should be out there publicly. So we've seen those issues arise from time to time around the province. Again, members will be held accountable. Those matters of leaking closed information are really treated as a breach of a cardinal rule, because it can really undermine the trust that the public has in their elected officials, and it can undermine the ability of staff to share confidential information because they don't know, is that going to leak? So that's sort of a cardinal rule. Recognizing and avoiding conflicts of interest. And this is really underscored by the Collingwood Judicial Inquiry, which is now, well, we're coming up to 2 years old since the, I think since that decision was released. And one of the big takeaways of that decision was that members of council are required to recognize their common law obligations about conflicts of interest. It's not strictly what's in that Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, it's broader than that. But your code addresses that. So your code of conduct is, it's not, it's a code of conduct that you've had in place for a number of years. So it's not the templated model that we necessarily recommend, because the code of conduct we recommend has a bit more commentary in it, but it certainly clearly recognizes all of those key points, and certainly the point about the broader conflict of interest requirement. So it's a good code of conduct. It serves you well. If we have the opportunity under the new term of council, we may suggest a few little tweaks because we like to see a little more commentary in the code, but otherwise it's a great document. And the final, I guess, point that we note in our annual report that we observe around the province is where members of council forget to stay in their lane. And by that we mean they try to get in and steer the boat where it's staff's job, or maybe steering the boat is the wrong analogy, but they try to get in and hold the shovel, maybe fill the pothole, or maybe actually step into staff's job and do the job for them. And that's not council's role. So as you appreciate, your role is to collectively make your decisions as a council and direct staff as to what they should do, rather than step in and try to deal with it. Now, it's a difficult thing when you've got constituents saying you need to do this, and I elected you, and I voted for you, and I want you to get in there and do this. But there's a handoff. And so as long as you respect where the handoff is, it doesn't interfere with or jeopardize the municipality's position. So it seems there's some takeaways there as well. So those are the comments that I would provide with this annual report, and we think that things are working as they should, and I'm open to questions if you have any.
Well, thank you very much for that, the report and your presentation. I think the proactive attitude that your company takes is definitely helps, and it's good to see. I was wondering if you could comment on, I don't want to get into names or where or whatever it was, but the thing that's come up recently about attending two meetings at the same time or doing two things at the same time, and kind of the, where that falls in the ethics.
Sure. That was the subject matter of a report that we provided to the county, and the challenge really arises because of the virtual meetings such as we're on today. And because of that, it's become possible to actually be in two places at once. It's a little Star Trek-y, if you think about it. But because it is possible to actually be in two meetings at once, that became an issue of whether a member was being duly diligent if he was actually multitasking. So often it might be the case that you can do back-to-back meetings. I mean, that's really the nature of our work over the past 2 years is you're on a Zoom, and today, morning in Southgate and afternoon in another municipality and evening somewhere else. But to actually be participating real time into meetings lacks the kind of diligent participation that is expected and really is contemplated under the code when it says that council members shall diligently participate. So that it became a bit, I think, uncomfortable to address because it is ubiquitous, because people have grown sort of, I don't want to say accustomed, but a number of people have tried to fit a lot of things in. And because of the possibility of having two pieces of technology going, so, you may have this screen on, but you may also have a phone and you may have an iPad going at the same time. So it's really possible to be sitting there multitasking. And if others start to observe it, there's not necessarily a policy that specifically said you shouldn't do this, but it's that idea of, is that really diligent participation? If you're really dealing with somebody's very important application on the one hand, and in another meeting, maybe a very important financial policy of the municipality, how diligent is that participation? And that got called out. So the little coattail of that was, is there a per diem involved? And in that particular instance, there wasn't, because that was declined. But the issue is more than just the per diem. The issue is the diligence of participation. So you're on a meeting. Yes, you could be on another meeting. Maybe in the circumstance where you have to take a call or step away, that's the kind of thing that can happen in a real in-person meeting anyway, where you say, listen, I just have to be excused. But where you're actually sitting in a couple of meetings and you're called out, that's not particularly appropriate. But there was a big takeaway for probably more than just one member of council. There was a takeaway for probably a bunch of folks who've just been maybe starting to lean into that a little bit. So we suggested that it's really not meeting the code's expectation of the public, expecting their politicians to be participating diligently. Is that helpful?
That is very helpful, and thank you. And yeah, I found the discussion and just having that type of stuff just out in the open was really good. And like I say, that proactive, let's learn from things where they've come off the rails a bit is helpful for all of us. So yeah, that's great. Thank you. Any questions from council or comments? Barbara.
Thank you, Chair Woodbury. Hello, Janice. Nice to see you. Without having to see you delivering a report. I guess to just follow through on Mayor Woodbury's comment, because that was one of my questions, was while it clearly states in our code that, we should be, present and focused, are you suggesting that the wording perhaps in various codes for your clients be enhanced, or would that just be more of a training tool at the beginning of each term of council? And I have one other question.
So thank you for that question. That would be something that we would think should be embedded in a commentary. And that's one of the reasons we have a preferred model of code that allows us to add commentary on a sort of a, I wouldn't say frequent, it's infrequent, but on an ongoing basis from time to time when something arises that can benefit from additional language. It doesn't require an amendment to the code. It's an interpretive guide. And when Jeff and I designed the code, such as it is, and it's changed over the years, but the design was based on, believe it or not, a couple of lawyers looked at their rules of professional conduct and said, oh, our rules of professional conduct has a rule, it's short, it's concise, and a whole lot of guidance in the form of commentary. And that's how we designed this, actually going back to the late 2008, 2009 period, when we were actually in-house at a big municipality and we designed the code for the very reason that you say, rather than amend the code itself, embedded in a commentary. And so that's the goal. It would also be a comment in training. We would also highlight, we try to highlight the different lessons learned and takeaways.
So more of examples of behavior gone awry and what we learned from those lessons. My other question
just before you go on, Barb, just before you go on, just to add to that, the county is looking at how to do that as well. So, we won't be alone in looking at different things like that. And I'm quite sure Lindsay's aware of that too. So go ahead, Barb.
Yeah, no, and yes, I've been following that along. And, excuse me, I've been asked from time to time to join a community group that often comes before council. And I wanted to just clarify, because there's a delicate balance between conflict of interest based on, what a community organization is asking for. Is it advisable? I mean, we all are part of the community and we all volunteer for organizations. Otherwise, we wouldn't get all of these wonderful events. Should we be declaring a conflict when, we have a donations fund, for example, and a community organization asks for a donation to support I don't know, the fall fair, fireworks, a dinner at the Lions Club. If we're members of that governing board of that organization, should we recuse ourselves from voting on whether to grant that $500 or $1,000, whatever the amount is, or waiving facility rentals?
Through the mayor, yes, on that specific issue, where the member is is a member or a governing member or a member with a role, not simply a volunteer who comes out from time to time to assist. So we try to separate that out because.
So voting member?
A voting member definitely is a member. In those circumstances, the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act requires that the member of council step away if the body itself, if the organization is seeking money, for example, if there's a financial interest to that organization, or it could be an in-kind use of a facility, sort of a service in kind type of use, that's also a financial interest to that organization. So the member has an obligation to declare an interest and step away from those decisions. And so often what we will suggest is that the applications for funding can be maybe separated out. It's possible, but if they're done as a whole, it's the member has to step away from that whole piece.
Follow up?
We do think, I would add to that we do think that where it's simply a Lions Club or a service club of that nature, that the province ought to amend the legislation, because other provinces which have similar legislation, for example, Alberta, has a very specific exemption where it's simply a member of a service club, the member can participate. So we think there's opportunities for the province, and we do look for opportunities to communicate these things to the province.
So, but for now, Ontario, there's a requirement. They have not stipulated that exemption. And that would then, going back to conflict of interest, that extends to direct and indirect. So would that include family members who are a voting member? It's just a very unclear line for me. And maybe I should send you an email.
Yeah, I would want to think about where the dots connect on that.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, for now, I'll just roll up my sleeves and be a volunteer.
Right. That's a good solution.
Thank you.
We'll need more.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from council? Okay, seeing none, I'd like to thank you, Janice, and it's good that Jeff's actually getting a holiday and getting away. And for those of us that have a hard enough time with one computer, it's good to learn to be diligent with more than one. So yeah, some of us that isn't going to be a problem. But again, I'd like to just thank you for the proactive stance that you take with this. It's been really helpful, and I think learning from where things go off the rails other places is also very handy. And so thank you again.
You're very welcome. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Any questions or comments before I call the questions? Okay, is anyone opposed to the motion? And that is carried. Thank you. Next, we have a delegation from Grey Bruce Local Immigration Partnership. It's moved by Michael and seconded by Jason. Okay, just find my way around the screen. Hi, Shelley.
Hi, how are you?
Good, good. So are you doing the presentation today?
I'm participating, but I'm not starting, I don't think.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Oh, there you are up there. Good morning.
Yeah, so we have already, good to see you everyone here again. We have already sent the slide deck here
Pika, do you want us to share our screen, or I gave you permission if you want to do that, but if it's easier for you for us to do it, we can do that too.
All right, it's more easier when you do that.
Okay, Holly, do you want to take the screen, please?
Yep.
You just have to let us know when to advance the slides.
So, good morning, everyone. We are here again to share with you all how Grey Bruce Local Immigration Partnership and YMCA of Owen Sound Grey Bruce and Welcoming Community Grey Bruce is acting as a circle of support for newcomer integration. I will be starting off with Grey Bruce Local Immigration Partnership, which is again our Immigration Refugee Citizenship Canada funded program, which covers the program delivery as well as 2 staff positions for myself as the coordinator and Kim Aip as the outreach specialist. And we are being supported by economic development teams of both Grey County and Bruce County. From Bruce County, we are being supported by Pierre Valley and Jacinda and Manpreet Kaur Sangha. And from Grey County, we are supported by Jacinda Rudolph. Can we have the next slide, please? The next, please. So in 2020, we received funding from IRCC to connect and collaborate with community partners and community organizations who are invested in integration of newcomer in Grey Bruce. All across Canada, we have 81 LIPs, and in Ontario, we have 37 LIPs. So we bring together all community partners who are invested in newcomer integration. And in 2021, we established our strategy, and we found that we have to work on these 4 areas where we need to build capacity, and we are working that by connecting and collaborating with municipality to increase and include inclusive characteristics, welcoming community characteristics. Also, we are strengthening community by acknowledging the strength of diversity by hosting different events. And we are trying to cultivate prosperity by initiating a region-wide mentorship program where newcomers can with the help of local residents, can help and enhance their skill in their employment journey. And we are trying to foster inclusion by supporting and strengthening other organizations as well who are working on anti-discrimination and anti-racism work. Next slide, please. So just to have an overview of the composition of Grey Bruce Local Immigration Partnership, we have a larger partner council member of 57 members right now. And I'm glad that Township of Southgate is well represented there. Kayla has been always very supportive of attending all the community subcommittee meeting and has been an important part in planning the welcome package for newcomers in the region. So we have 3 committees, employer subcommittee working on how to navigate the resources and how to help and build and if they are facing any challenges in retaining and hiring newcomer in the region. We have community subcommittee trying to include that community part, community integration, and belong subcommittee where they are trying to host event and make immigrants feel that they belong to this community. And we are having an event lined up in August 13 at Kingarten, where we will be celebrating open house for Hindu culture. So municipality of Kingarten is helping with that because they are one of the member of our partner council. With that, I'll hand over to Shelley to discuss how they are acting as direct service providers for immigrants in the region.
Hi, everyone. Could I have my slides, please? Here we are. So yes, I work with Grey Bruce Settlement and Language Services. My main role is I'm a Swiss worker, which is a settlement worker in schools. I'm just filling in for my supervisor who is taking a well-deserved holiday. And we do provide direct support to newcomer families, adults, children. Next slide, please. So we have a large range of services that we provide, and as you can see, we are funded through IRCC. We really work with our families and our children and to empower them and strengthen their skills so that they can achieve their hopes and their goals. And we partner with a variety of community resources. We really work with people and rather than doing for, we work with them, beside them. So we can help them navigate some things like the SIN number, the health card number, getting referrals to employment through the YMCA or other services, registering and navigating the school system, which is quite a bit different than sometimes where they are arriving from. We do have interpreters, so that can help with our meetings, but also, you know, if a family is meeting with a school, we can arrange an interpreter to Zoom in and assist with that communication. And then usually what I do is debrief after to make sure everybody's on the same page. Yeah, next slide, please. So we first meet with the family and we do what we call a NAR, which is a needs and asset assessments. And that's where we find out where they're at, what they have, what they don't have, and how they want to move forward. So they really come up with their goals. They are in the steering wheel of the car. We do provide one-to-one opportunities. We do group opportunities. So we do information and orientations once a month. And they can be things like setting up an RESP for your child. It can be how to navigate the Service Canada website, which can be a little overwhelming, but has a lot of beautiful and wonderful resources. And then we also provide community connections and activities. So we've just hosted a multicultural picnic. We've just arranged and had 2 groups of families join in and go on the big canoe, which for a lot of people was their first experience being on the water in a canoe. So we kind of find out what people are interested in and expose them to that. So we've done sledding at Harrison Park. We've done, which snow is always a new and wonderful experience for most people. We've done horse and sleigh rides. You know, you name it, we kind of will do it. We have a really great opportunity because we have a position called the workplace language position. So Muklis, who is in that position, can work with employers who may be a little hesitant due to language barriers. He can sit with the employer and the employee during their interviews, etc. A lot of training is done online when you first start your job. So Muklis can sit with the new employee and work through that so that that doesn't take any extra time from anyone else. And he can job coach. So he can actually go on the job and job coach until everybody's feeling really comfortable. And this has been a really neat and a beautiful asset to our team. We are a mobile service, so we go to where our clients are located. Yeah, that's basically my presentation. I think the next one just kind of says who we are. Yeah, so that's me.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Deepika.
Yes, so I will request Colleen now to discuss about her organization.
Great, welcome. You're still there, you are.
Hi, sorry, it just took me a minute to find the unmute button. Thank you very much for this opportunity and also for the 3 organizations to show the good work that's being done in Grey Bruce to be a welcoming and inclusive community for all. Welcoming Communities is a new not-for-profit organization, and I'm the secretary and board member. And it was formed 3 years ago, but it actually has quite a long history. We've been working together as a community committee for over 10 years to build inclusion and to address barriers to inclusion, but also to do the research in our Grey Bruce region to find out how we can increase the number of newcomers, and in particular visible minority newcomers and refugees and immigrants to come to our region. We do need skilled workers. We have lots of opportunities in our area. It's a wonderful place to live. And we haven't, until rather recently, been very, very successful in attracting and retaining newcomers. I think Southgate is a municipality that has led the way and has done some really fine work. So we are very happy to use some of that as a way to inform and educate the rest of our region. So we were incorporated 3 years ago, and if I could have the next slide, please. And our mission as an organization is to really build towards an inclusive and welcoming Grey Bruce where differences are celebrated and no one is left behind. And over 10 years ago, this group started the Grey Bruce One World Festival with this idea of starting with young children to celebrate differences of all kinds. It could be a skin color, a faith, just where you live, your economic status, your sexual orientation. That these are all differences that we can celebrate and not see as a problem, and that we all are just a better and more vibrant community when differences are celebrated. So that is one of our ongoing activities, the Grey Bruce One World Festival. Could I have the next slide, please? So there's these 3 pillars of the work of welcoming communities. We are a grassroots organization, a community-based organization. We're not providing direct services, we're providing more of the soft services. And we are here to assist immigrants and refugees and newcomers who come to our area to help them settle successfully. Some examples of what we're doing right now: we've just founded a network to support Ukrainian refugees and newcomers coming to our area, and also the people who want to assist them. We had our first meeting last night. It was a Zoom meeting of people who are interested in supporting and hosting Ukrainians who would like to come to this community or who are already here. It was really very well attended and a very successful event. We also were at the Canada Day celebration here in Owen Sound. We have a tent now. We've got some handouts. There's our handout. We're a new organization, and we were able to bring people in to talk to them about how we can all be more supportive, but also there were a lot of newcomers at the Canada Day celebrations, and so they came by and we had a table set up with crafts for kids and lots of discussion and conversation, so that was great. We also want to engage our community members to address the barriers to inclusion in our community, social barriers, economic barriers, cultural barriers, and barriers because of discrimination and racism. And we're doing that right now. We've just launched a new project with the Owen Sound and District Chamber of Commerce. We're going to be going into workplaces and we will be collaborating with the Grey Bruce Local Immigration Partnership, but to really give employers some information, support, and training on how to engage and welcome newcomers and make sure that the good skills and the well-skilled people who come here stay here and address any barriers to inclusion. And finally, we're collaborating with Settlement Services and GB-LIP and many other organizations in our communities and businesses to build a welcoming and inclusive region. We've done quite a bit of that through some of our projects, and I'd invite you to check out our website if you're interested in more detail. Over the past 10 years as a committee, we've really worked hard to build the research basis that says that rural communities are great places for newcomers. There's many assets, and we are a welcoming community, and we do welcome newcomers. So we have lots of resources from these research projects, pathways to employment. We have a newcomer hub that's in, I forget how many languages. I can just check my own. I think about 50 languages, an online resource for newcomers who want to find out more about organizations and supports in our region in their own language. And we have several toolkits available as well. So all of this research ended up making it possible for us to make applications as a region for settlement services and for Grey Bruce Local Immigration Partnership. So we have so many more resources as a region to do this work. So the next slide, please. Is there another slide? I think there's one more. There it is. So we have a website, welcominggraybruce.ca, where we have toolkits and resources published, and we will also be putting more information about this new network on the website as well. So thank you very much.
Can we have the next slide, please? So just to put our work in context to gain a better understanding on how we all three work together and whom you as a municipal leader can connect with, consider this case scenario on, let's say, member of community they wanted to support newcomers, immigrants, or maybe Ukrainians right now. So you can, and they are really unsure about where to start. You can connect them with us, GB-LIP, as indirect support, and we might help them with finding specific resources and funding available and what other groups are doing, and we can connect them and collaborate on that point. And also if there is funding available for the similar project, and also if there are toolkits for welcoming, for newcomers, for welcoming community characteristics and all. And then they can connect with settlement on direct support for language services or for banking information or navigating school system. They can connect with YMCA. And welcoming community Grey Bruce is really bridging that gap of creating that informed and building capacity of community. I think Colleen forgot to mention that they have organized 2 webinars on how to host Ukrainians and one information on how to be more welcoming in this scenario. So I think that we are in that capacity, we are all working together on that. And on that note, we are happy to answer any question if you have any. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation and your comments. And I'd like to also thank you, Topeka, for the presentation you gave at the Wardens Forum. You had us sitting there after you said you were going to be coming around to the municipalities. You had a few of us talking and really looking forward to it. And then we learned that our clerk, as usual, had already arranged it and that we were going to see you now. So that's just kind of, you know, we've got good staff, and you see what happens. They're always at least 3 steps ahead. Yeah, we're pretty proud of Kayla and the work that she does. So I'm glad others are getting to see it. The work that you guys are doing and the different organizations involved is, to me, nothing short of amazing. And you know, not all that many years ago, everything worked in little silos in different places, and to see the different organizations that are so good on their own, but to come together, and it just multiplies the effect. So thank you very much. Questions or comments from council? Martin, and then Brian, and then Barb.
Thank you. Good presentation, ladies. I was going to ask Colleen about Ukrainian refugees, and that was all answered for me. So thank you very much there. The presentation said a lot about who and what you are, but there wasn't very many hard facts. And I was just wondering, I don't know if you can answer it because of privacy laws or what have you, but since the inception of this, roughly how many individuals and families have you actually helped throughout Grey Bruce, or is that a figure you have, or even if, as I said, privacy, if you can answer it at all, actually. But do you have data like that on this human problem?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think Settlement are the direct service provider, and Shelley is here with us, and she might have some data on that too.
Yeah, so each year we have targets of how many newcomers we are aiming to support. And that goes a certain number for settlement services, which is adult services, and then another number for the children. So right now, our target for settlement was 300. And our target for children was 100. So that's what we came into this year aiming to do. And our year runs April to April.
So significant amount. How long do you follow up on the people that you help? Is it different for following up with the kids as per the adult?
It's very individualized. You know, we have families come who very much take the reins and run with it and connect and really don't need anything from us once we've established, you know, how some of the systems work, et cetera. We have others who we call 365 clients, and that means as their situations change, they come back to us. So it could be, I've supported their child in grade 7 and 8, but now, and they've done fine. But now it's time to transition to high school, which is different, and they want help for that navigation, or from high school to college, let's say. Or they're in daycare for 3 years, and then now it's time to register for school, so they may come back to us for that. So it really is individualized, and I'm in awe with the skills that are coming from the new immigrants that are coming in to our communities. You know, just in the last 2 weeks, I've had families who, you know, a paramedic, oncology, doctor, welder, baker, so really high skills and education coming and joining us, which is a beautiful thing.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead, Connie.
I just want to add that settlement services are fantastic services, but they really are for more recent immigrants. That some of the research that we did in Grey Bruce showed that we've had newcomers who've come here, and some of them aren't newcomers anymore. They've been here for 15 years. And they came to our research because they were still experiencing barriers to inclusion in our community. And that they are also people who can be leaders for us in helping us understand how to be more inclusive in Grey Bruce. So things like their educational credentials were not acknowledged in the Canadian system. That's not exclusive to Grey Bruce, but they bring all these skills in education, but they can't use them in our community because there's barriers with recognizing skills or recognizing those types of credentials. Sometimes they're social exclusion, or because they're a visible minority, they're not included the way they were, or isolation. They're the only one. They're the only person who's a newcomer in their area, and have difficulty just bridging that gap. So it's more complex. What we're really happy about with settlement services now can give a really good start to the newcomers who are coming. But I think there's many people who still feel like newcomers here, even though they are part of the community for many years.
Great.
Thank you. Brian.
Thank you, John. And Colleen's comments there just, I had to smile because she's absolutely right. There's people been here. I mean, it's not the Smith farm until the Smith family is gone for 50 years or 100 years, right? Everybody just calls it the Smith farm until you've lived there for 100 years. But anyway, I just wanted to commend the three ladies. Great presentation and really good work that you folks are doing. It's really heartening to see the success that you're having. My question is, and I'm not sure who to direct it to, but my question is regarding, as our global community is increasingly urban, is there any help, I guess, or any direction to newcomers recognizing that Grey Bruce is largely a rural area? And there is a difference. I mean, there's distances, just the fact that physical distance, you know, maybe some people don't appreciate that in Grey Bruce. Is there a rural or specifically an agricultural component to any of the work that you folks do to help newcomers to the area?
I'm not sure this is going to answer your question, but yeah, we recognize that transportation is one of the biggest barriers when you move into the rural community, right? Because not everyone has a driver's license, and even if they do, there's a process for them to renew that in language, and it isn't probably the first priority when they get here. So we do provide families with bus passes, food bank information, good food box tokens, etc. We also have a number of adults who are now working within the farm industry, and I'm really embracing that and bringing some really wonderful skills to that environment. So yeah, there are barriers, but we have so much to offer that sometimes we just have to, you know, if you can't get over the hill, you might have to go around the hill, and that's kind of how we approach it.
Yep, go ahead, Colleen.
I would just chime in here because I think many newcomers don't come from urban areas themselves. They might come from more rural or small city locations, but so far, I don't think rural communities have really profiled themselves as places where newcomers might like to settle. So I think, and often I was on city council for 4 years, and all of the advertising of the city at that time was distinctly white middle class advertising. The pictures that the city used to advertise itself was very mainstream and not multicultural in any way. So I think sometimes rural municipalities have to have a little think about how they're viewed and how they present themselves to the world, because we really are now, I think, in a situation where we are, quote, competing with urban centers to bring people here. And it's a wonderful community, and it's a very diverse community and a very welcoming community as well. And we need to, I think, profile our communities that way. And yes, there are so many opportunities in the agricultural sector to have more newcomers involved. I think that's starting now, but there's a great potential there.
Excellent. Thank you for your answers, ladies.
Yeah, thank you. And it's like, as you know, it's a learning situation for all of us. Up until, you know, the last bunch of years, anybody knew whether they were immigrants or just moving to the area from another area in Ontario or Canada. There was only a few a year, and so having to deal with anybody new coming into the area is a relatively new thing for us, you know, and so it's a big learning curve. And yeah, thank you for helping us out with that. Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury, and thank you all of our presenters. Colleen, I did have a question to your point about the advertising. It's like people on council. I didn't see anyone that looks like me. in that advertising piece, if you can see it, you can be it. So I'm glad that you're actually looking at those aspects of how to show and showcase our newcomers. My question was, when is the One World Festival? And how can we support our newcomers or our community to get there? Because obviously transportation could be a barrier.
So the One World Festival is either in May or early June. This year we had it in early June, and it's in Owen Sound at the Market Square. We've always had it there, and it's primarily directed towards children and elementary school children, and we do have a budget for busing. So we do bus school classes in. This year we had several classes from Kincardine and Hanover, Meaford. So it is a regional event. Obviously, we don't have deep pockets, so any help towards busing, and that might be something a municipality would want to support. And what's interesting is that now, 10 years or almost 12 years later with the One World Festival, kids are very inclusive and welcoming. They don't see differences. Well, they see all
Right.
different, but they don't care if you're Black or you're just, you're a friend or whoever. And this is all what we learn, how to, decide who belongs and who doesn't belong. And so the One World Festival is a place that says everybody belongs right from the beginning, and we'd like to keep it that way. And we've done a little video that we're just putting together that shows that kids who've come, who are now teenagers, think that that was one of the most important learnings that they had, that everyone belongs. So there was one young fellow who was a gay man, and he learned at the One World Festival that that was just fine and that he belonged. He said that in the video, and I was so touched by it. And he's a leader on gay rights now in the area. So it works. So I think municipalities can be supporting opportunities like the One World Festival, or have their own kind of multicultural or welcoming events, or showcasing that in their own communities.
Follow up?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, to that point, I did want to share that Southgate does have a community fund of donations, grants, and funds. The application is to the treasurer December 1st annually. Grants can be applied for at any time during the year. And perhaps this is an opportunity for Southgate to support that transportation piece from our local schools. I did want to mention that the parents of the High Point School, I believe, held a Caribbean Culture Day where they celebrated the various differences of the population in the school. And it was great to see some of those pictures. And that was a parent event. So I'm thinking that we can get better involved going forward. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, we're very fortunate here to have a public group that a person started, or group started here at the Junction Initiative, that has very much helped with a lot of the stuff with that. I don't see any more hands up, so I'd like to thank you three for coming out and having this presentation. I think the more this knowledge gets out in the public of what's available, the busier you guys will be, and I'm quite sure you don't need to be any busier than you already are, but it's good to have the uptake and to really help people become part of the community. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Topeka. Looking forward to hearing from you guys again too. I have the motion here before us that we receive this presentation for information. Is anyone opposed? Okay, that is carried. And it is almost 10:35, so before we get into our regular business, I think I'm going to call for, is 10 minutes good right now? So 1:45, we'll be back from recess. Thanks, everyone. Hey, look what time it is. We do have quorum. And so I'll call the meeting back to order. Go ahead, Lindsay.
I just, I'm just making sure everyone is here. Councillor Shearston, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Milne, his camera's still off, but hopefully, oh, he is there. Okay.
Yep.
Just with council's indulgence, maybe if I could, if we could amend the agenda, I should have said it at the beginning. Jim Ellis has to leave at around noon, so I'm not sure we get to his reports first. We were a little longer this morning than I anticipated. If we could move Jim's reports to the start of the reports from municipal officers, and then he has a report under the consent agenda about the Holstein Sluice, and he wondered if we could just pull that out of consent and add it to his regular report listing. Then if council wanted to speak to it, then they would at least get the opportunity while Jim's still here. I do have a motion I can put on the screen if you want, but it basically just says that council amend the agenda to move forward the Public Works Manager's report to the start of the reports for municipal officers section, and to include staff report PW 2022-038, the Holstein Pond and Sluice Raceway update from the regular business consent agenda to be included under the Public Works Manager's reports.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah.
okay. That was a lot.
It was, and I'm glad you read it because too many words for me to mess up. And Dave has something, so let's go to him to see if it needs to be added to the motion or whatever. Go ahead, Dave. And you're muted.
If we could just add 1314, which is also his department report, just in case there's any questions that he's here for to deal with it as well.
Sure.
Okay. All right.
So
thanks.
I suggest, if I may, Mayor Woodbury, that we do his reports that were on the agenda under him first, and then do the 2 consent reports after, just so it's easy.
Yep, sounds good. Need a mover and seconder? Brian and Martin? And any discussion? Barb?
So does the motion need to formally say, and that we pull the 2 from consent? I'm not sure I heard the full motion. Maybe putting it on the screen would be.
Yeah, I wrote to include it, but I can change it to say to pull.
Perfect. Okay. Thank
Yep.
you. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, concerns, comments? Okay, seeing none. Anyone opposed? That is carried. Okay, so thank you on that. So let's do the approval of the minutes, adoption of the minutes, and that's, my computer must be tired, it went to sleep. From June 15th, closed session, council and closed, and from the 20 and 21st special council meetings and closed sessions. And that was moved by Barb, seconded by Michael. Any discussion? Okay, is anyone opposed? That is carried. Now I will welcome Jim. I think there he is. Good morning, Jim. We'll start with the motions. Moved by Brian, seconded by Michael, and that's 10.1.1 replacement DVR for, oh no, that's a library. Yeah, we'll get to that too. So here it is. Heavy trucks bylaw amendment for Osprey Street, and that is moved by Martin and seconded by Barbara. Okay, good morning, Jim. And comments you'd like to make?
Morning, good people. This is similar to what we brought forward about Artemisia Street and concerns now with the trucks coming from the Bradley area, that they may want to use Osprey as well, and to post it as no truck traffic either, other than local delivery if necessary. So.
Okay, thank you. It always bugs me that we have to go to this extent, that just wouldn't read the signs that have been out there for a long time, you know, that we're doing the right thing. Barbara.
Hi, Jim. Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. Hi, Jim. The enforcement of this, would it be if it would be complaint-based? Obviously, somebody's going to have to let us know that they're going, because I don't imagine the bylaw enforcement officer or the police are always present when a truck decides to ignore the signs. But if they were in the area and they did witness it, they can enforce it, correct? It's not complaint-based.
Correct, that's right. $400 fine goes with this ticket.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I decided to talk with mute on now for a little while, so we'll try it with the microphone. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, John. And I knew exactly what you were saying, but I couldn't hear it. Jim, I note on the report that there is a option to use Bradley. What circumstances would allow them to use Bradley as opposed to the Artemisia Street, or up into the subdivision, the current subdivision, and then east into the new subdivision?
Just basically, if there was an overabundance of trucks trying to exit, but that would be in rare circumstance, because Bradley's not built up very well, and that road is going to get replaced with construction, but we're just trying to save the wear and tear, but didn't want to eliminate every possible angle of how it may look once trucks start coming.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Martin.
Thank you, John. Good morning, Jim. I didn't read anywhere the estimated amount of trucks per day, or was that in the other report with the other road? Like, how many do you estimate?
I would have to refer back to the what was submitted with that plan. I don't have that number sticking out in my head, whether it's 50.
Okay.
I'd have to research back.
I can look. I didn't mean to put you on the spot there. That just came to mind when you said, when Deputy Mayor Milne asked about that possible other route. So yeah, thanks a lot, Jim.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Is anyone opposed to this motion? That is carried. And next we have the bylaw to go with it, moved by Barbara, seconded by Michael. Any discussion on the bylaw? Okay, seeing none. I'm going to remember to ask Lindsay to do this.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. Recorded vote on bylaw 2022-098. Bylaw for the bylaw. Councillor Shipston?
Yeah. Yes.
Councillor Shearson?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne?
Yay.
Councillor Dobrain?
In favor?
Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Councillor Crew?
Yes.
Mayor Woodbury?
Yes.
By a vote of 7-0, that's carried.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next we move on to your departmental report. It's PW 2022-37. And I guess I need mover and seconders for this now. So Barbara and Martin. Okay. So Jim, if you'd like to add anything to your department report or just take questions, whatever you like.
Just one update that Cox Construction's moving into Side Road 73 to put the lift of pavement on. And we expect that to happen possibly tomorrow.
Great. That sounds good. Questions or comments on the departmental report? Brian?
Councillor DeBreen had her hand up before I did, actually, I think, but okay, I'll go first.
Yep.
Jim, a little while ago, I'm going to say a week and a half ago, I got a couple phone calls regarding a property, that township property in Dundalk, which was looking a little bit haggard, tall weeds, tall grass, junk laying around. I talked to the fire chief because the property was immediately adjacent to there, and he agreed that he would try to do what he could. But I guess my question is, without a counselor or myself trying to direct staff, I would just ask township staff, roads and public works particularly, to have a little broader eye of our property, our properties right across the township. It's a little hard to expect residents to keep their properties tidy and clean and weed free when our own are a little bit overgrown and a little bit haggard looking. I don't want to try to be overly critical here, but I know how easy it is to overlook something. If you've seen it there day after day after day, you don't see it anymore. But I think our guys and girls need to look a little closer, a little harder at some of our own properties and do a little better job of keeping them tidy. I guess that's not really a question, but it's just it's a comment. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Jim?
Yeah, so we've just got back into our program for that maintenance of grass cutting that we take on ourselves.
I think Jim is frozen.
And we don't do quite as much as we did in the past. We have the contractor do it. But we are out there doing the ditches and about eating. We can't get to them all at one time. They all fall into place as getting done as we have staffing. And we've been pulling from that staff projects for pothole patching, waste department. So that it affects where we're getting work done in Dundalk as well. We are getting with these new subdivisions and along Artemisia Street, the new section up into Todd, that there's quite a boulevard there. And it's had some weeds. We've taken the bush hog dead as well. But people are expecting us to be cutting grass weekly on some of these places. And we're going to have to look at this pretty seriously because that's not our program that we're in. So there's a big strip that's nicely slotted in front of the Glenelg development on Glenelg Street. And again, that, between rec and us taking on more grass, these are the type of scenarios we're starting to see. But typically, we cut some of that grass once or twice a year. That's all we're usually getting to it. So those are future discussions to talk about level of service and the increase of service that we'll be taking on.
And if I could, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that, Jim. Thank you very much. I know you guys are getting pulled in a lot of different directions, and there's a lot of priorities on the list. I get that. I just wanted to bring in. I just wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that we are doing what we can to try to keep our properties tidy. It's an ongoing thing. I get it. Thank you.
Yep. Barbara.
Thank you. And, I want to commend staff and Jim Ellis, because you're the one who gets the calls at, 10:28 p.m. or 2 a.m. You don't have, a delegated person who, or a rotation as to who does the OPP call, who does a resident call. And I appreciate all that you have done in getting those trees removed. And I can also appreciate that, as we grow, so does the level of expectation of these new residents. They're used to, city levels of service, and we're going to have a tough job going ahead of us and the new term of council. The new council will have a tough job with budgeting because as the increase of people, the expectation of we expect that this be done comes with it as a cost. There is a cost associated with increasing that level of service. And I think that's where we need to also look at a report card so that we can show our residents that and justify that increase in service. So I just want to thank you, Jim, and your staff, our fire department, which I don't believe cut grass, but and our recreation department, who are trying very hard to meet the expectations of all of our communities who've been called out and to cut grass and weeds and trimming. I did want to thank you also, Jim, for staff taking the initiative to repaint the Rainbow Crosswalk. That was amazing, and it certainly was commented upon to me in Dundalk. So they very much appreciated it, and I did notice positive comments on Facebook. So kudos to staff.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Jim.
Thanks, Barb. Just on that note, in that report too about the Rainbow Crosswalk, that's the end of the line of the paint. So last year there was a few vandalism touch-ups that had to happen. That paint didn't withstand the winter. So if that is something we are going to keep intact, we are going to have to go the route of the fairly disposable paint at a price of what it was, $500 or whatever, or look towards that line painting and be in that $5,000 to $10,000 range. So again, another big budget item for discussions.
Okay.
Thank you. You'll have that on your radar, I'm sure, Jim, when it comes to presenting to the new council. Thanks.
Yep. Thanks. And I think that part of our issue too is as time goes on, there's less people willing to do more from the public. And it has nothing to do with newcomers. It just has to do with the times we're in. You know, it used to be for a lot of the different boulevards and things like that. So somebody near an adjoining property would take the extra walk up and down. I know I had a neighbor of mine across the road that went right out into Flato subdivision by the sidewalk just while he was cutting his grass. And we're seeing less and less from the public helping out doing that way. And, you know, as far as things like the crosswalk and that, we used to see a lot of service clubs or public groups chip in for things. And it would be nice if whatever amount, there was some kind of fundraiser from the public that would chip in for that and do that to take the pressure off the budget. But that's next council's decision. So what they do. Any other questions or comments for Jim on this report? Martin? You're going to have to unmute yourself because
Yeah, there's $5 gone. Jim, the Water Resources and Diversion Management, a trigger notification letter. I was looking at all those figures, and quite frankly, I'll tip my hat off to you. I didn't know what I was looking at. So with all those chemicals there, the trigger parameters, is that a percentage over what is a minimum level, or were they high? I know we're getting that land next to it, but could you explain how that works to me? Because I never really fully understood that graph.
Go ahead, Jim.
Those are exceedances of different parameters that are tested for, and they are usually in milligrams per liter, or I'm trying to go to the report, but it's not a percentage. They do get into percentage when they talk about getting above the certain percentile to be in place, but the general testing's done in either micrograms per liter or milligrams per liter.
Yeah.
But we've seen these exceedances before. This has been a little typical. The purchase of the property to the east, we've marked out 3 wells that are going to be drilled into there in September for new monitoring, and we expect the monitor results that trigger this needs to come more into compliance, because we own that property and it's not migrating off-site, and that way the trigger notifications will come down. But it's nothing to be really alarmed about, and yeah, we are following our compliance. So it just gives us that buffer, especially with that east property as well. But expect different results with the new wells once we start getting testing results. So.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that was the other question, whether it was the parts per million now are exceedingly high, or just as long as it's within that safety parameter, that's fine. Great. Thank you, Jim.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none. Is anyone opposed to the motion? That is carried. Thank you. And next we have motion on the update on the Holstein Pond and sluice. I need a mover and seconder. Brian and Jason. And before you say anything about your report, Jim, I'd like to thank you and staff for the amount of work and time that you put into this problem. I know it's been a bit of a frustrating one, so thank you. So anything you want to add to your report here, Jim?
Yeah, thank you. Just that since that last sandbagging that township staff done back, it'd be a couple of weekends now, where the water was receding and gave us the ability to throw the bags that we had in there a little bit further out. But since that point in time, the last few weeks, it seems to have equalized. So we are retaining water in the pond itself, plus what is going out through the sluice and affecting the neighboring lots. It has reduced that impact quite significantly. But the mobilization of the crane coming in, they are still working on some setup. It's looking like they'll be driving piles tomorrow to skirt off, coffer dam off the area, and then we can get in there and see exactly what we have that we're working with. We have the aquatic team from Burnside. The fish salvage license has been issued, so any fish that are trapped, we can deal with them. BM Ross are on board. Again, we're just waiting. The crew for the crane, they got rained out yesterday, so everything's back a day, but it looks like we'll be driving the sheet piles tomorrow, at the start of it anyways. And then we'll be able to get in there and see what we're actually up against once we take the crane and use the clam bucket and remove the debris ahead of the pipe or where we believe it is. And again, we don't have a for sure solution of what's happening, who all this involves, what this is really going to take but we needed to do the lead on this at this point in time, I believe, for the public safety, for the environment safety. Again, you know, there's talk of who owns what. It's unclear. It's not established in black and white. So again, once we find out what we've got to work against, then we'll be looking at bringing the alternatives. There's going to be a hefty price tag to this as well. And we'll have to hopefully somehow get some help along with funding through a disaster program or something, hopefully that we can tie back into, or we'll have to bring to council those options of what that may be. But as you can see with mobilizing this crane, it's very hefty as well. And again, because of emergency condition and having to act on it fast, our hands were tied somewhat. So we did the best we could at the time.
Excuse me. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, you know, it's one of those situations where something had to be done, and we can sort out the details as time permits and as we go forward. But you guys have done a great job of trying to mitigate the risk and doing all this stuff with it. Barb.
Thank you for recognizing. Jim, there's a number of things, you know, residents don't seem to realize at times that priorities happen. There are emergencies that take staff away from their regular day-to-day duties, whether that's pothole filling, grass cutting, and you're working with a limited number of resources. I can see this, you know, just the initial emergency being $500,000 before we even get to the point of, you know, how are we going to fix it? But I just want to, again, thank staff for working around the clock. I echo Mayor Woodbury's sentiments and comments initially. And I was going to ask you about if you'd heard anything about the municipal disaster recovery assistance qualifications yet. I know that your report says you're looking into it.
Lindsay's made contact with that office, but she's indicating, looks like.
If I might, I called yesterday, again, no response. So I'm just going to keep trying to make contact.
Yeah, that seems to be the case lately. I mean, even from the beginning, you're trying to get the province to come to the table. So hopefully something will come up. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor,
Oh.
Mayor, one further comment.
Mm-hmm.
I think this clearly shows that with an aging infrastructure, the importance of maintaining that tax stabilization reserve and not and not trying to use any surpluses to artificially lower a budget. Because without that tax stabilization reserve or the reserves that we already have in place, you know, this is a cost to taxpayers, bottom line. So it's always nice to have that savings account to draw on in case of emergencies. And I'm saying that, you know, with the upcoming budget and the new council coming in, you know, it's something to consider.
Yep. Dave.
Yeah, I just want to add too that before the delegations closed for AMO, we took the liberty of applying for a delegation request with the Ministry of Natural Resources so that we can have the opportunity, if need be, to have that discussion with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions or comments? Okay, call the questions. Anyone opposed to the motion? That is carried. So thank you for your reports there, Jim, and we got you out before noon. Unfortunately, I don't think the rest of us are. So I'll call for a motion to go past noon now because, yeah, we've all seen the agenda and see how much more we have to do. Do I have a mover and seconder? Okay, Martin and Barb. Any discussion? Anyone opposed? Okay, that is carried. Next, we move on to a motion moved by Brian, seconded by Michael, and that's Lindsay's or Lacey's report, the replacement DVR for security cameras. Hi, Lacey.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm not going to speak too much. I think the report is pretty straightforward. Our DVR died for our security cameras. We no longer had them for a couple days. It has been replaced, and we're just looking to cover those costs.
Okay, questions or comments? Barbara and Martin.
I should have asked this question at the board meeting, Lacey. Is this an internal camera DVR, or does this also cover the outside of the building? And the reason I ask that is both. So it not only provides security from within, it provides an opportunity for the OPP to access should there be an incident within its range along that roadway.
Yes, that is
Thank
correct.
you.
Martin?
Oh, thanks, John. Hi, Lacey. The one part where it says 2,000 plus labor, because they're only replacing that little box, it's just going to be a service call charge, I would assume?
I believe so. I have yet to receive the invoice,
Oh,
but I
okay.
believe it would just be a
Okay.
service call.
And I know you probably don't know how old the other unit was, but is there a warranty with this one?
That I'm not 100% sure of, but we have discussed with him the entire unit, and it was installed, we believe, in 2015.
Okay.
So we asked him about the, the shelf life of all of the whole unit, the cameras, the wiring, and we now have an idea of when we should be planning to replace that, and we'll be including that in our technology plan.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, it doesn't take long for technology to get out of date or wear out, it seems. Any other questions or comments? Okay, not seeing any. I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? And that is carried. Thanks, Lacey. Good seeing you again. Next, we'll move on to Liam's report, and that is the external audit services, moved by Jim, seconded by Martin. Morning, Liam. Anything you want to add to your report?
I'll just summarize. The point of the report is to bring forth the auditor's planning letter to council, and starting the timeline was the start of the audit on June 13th and bring the statements to council in September. And council also wished to issue an RFP for the 2022 and going forward audit services, so I've brought forth the RFP for release.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments? Barbara.
Thank you. And to Liam, hi. The timeline are the delays due to COVID, or is that something that we're going to be looking at going forward? June start date, September. It just seems getting later and later. We used to get the actual audit report in May or early June, and we're looking at September. Is this a norm going forward, or is this an exception to their delivery? And I just want to comment that the reason that council decided that we should go out to tender is that it hasn't been done in forever, and it has no reflection upon our satisfaction with the services BDO has been providing to date.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Liam.
So the timing of the audit, it was delayed due to BDO staffing issues and challenges. And I know for a fact they're not the only industry and organization that has had staffing issues. So I believe it's understandable, even though unfortunate that it's delayed it this much. I would certainly hope that in future that won't be an issue, that the statements will be coming this late.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Liam. I think that's every industry that's short-staffed right now. Was there any other questions, comments? Okay, I'll call a question then. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Okay, and that is carried. Thanks, Liam. Appreciate your work on that. Next we move on to the clerk's reports. So we'll see how this goes. Moved by Jason and seconded by Jim, and that's the restricted acts of council, Arlene Duckbeard. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Sure, thank you, Mayor Woodbury, through you. I tried to include as much information in the report as I could. There's some members here that haven't went through a lame duck process before, so I wanted to include as much as I could there. I think as the report kind of speaks for itself. I don't know if we'll be in lame duck. I won't know that until nomination day. So I guess I would just take council's questions or any discussion at this point, unless there's something specific. But I think I've pretty well addressed it in the report.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I agree with you. It's a good report. So Questions or comments? Barb?
Thank you. Through you, Lindsay. Given that lame duck protects the municipality from members of council that may decide not to be running in the next term and try to push things through. I mean, that's the whole concept of lame duck, that a number of members might not run again and look to push some items through, some decisions through. And I realize that in the absence of the CAO, the treasurer and the clerk shall jointly serve as that delegated authority. In light of the transition between an outgoing CAO and an incoming CAO, should we also have a dual role with that CAO? You know, whether it's the CAO and the department head, the CAO and the treasurer, just because of that transition period, which will certainly be between August 19th or September to Election Day. Question.
Sure. So through you, Mayor Woodbury, to Councillor DeBruin. I think like the way I've wrote the bylaw, like it's separated into the 4 restrictions, and for each, so for the first one, it's the CAO and the treasurer. And for the second one, the CAO and the treasurer. And then for the third one, the CAO and myself. And then the CAO and the treasurer, we added about for executing grants and such. So I think like we would have to have both of them be signing off on those things the way it's wrote now. I don't think it's solely up to our CAO, whether it be our outgoing and our new one. So I personally think we're covered fine the way it's wrote, just because I have them separated out like that.
And that's great. As long as there's I guess that's something that we have to determine who's the authority when we do have that overlap between, the outgoing and the incoming. So, no, I think it's great. Thank you very much. And it's worth drawing attention to anyone who might be listening, who might have concern about lame duck or not really understand lame duck. Thank you.
And if I could add, sorry, Mayor Woodbury, I think lame duck is kind of misinterpreted, I think, a lot. I think people think that council can't do anything. Like, it's very specific what they can do right in the act there. So I think that's where a lot of the confusion lies as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Martin?
Yeah, I just want to say, Lindsay, thank you for the report, because I did have questions and it certainly answered mine. And yeah, so I thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it. Yeah.
Not seeing any further, I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed to the motion? Okay, that is carried. Now for the bylaw, moved by Jason, seconded by Jim. Any discussion on the bylaw? Okay, not seeing any. I'll turn it over to you, Lindsay.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. Recorded vote for bylaw 2022-093, restricted acts of council delegated authority. Mayor Woodbury?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne?
Yay.
Councillor DeBruin?
In favor.
Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Councillor Shearson?
Yes.
Councillor Frew?
Yes. Yes.
Councillor Shipston?
Yes.
By a vote of 7-0, that's carried.
Thank you. Next, we move on to motion by to amend the 2022 council calendar. And that's moved by Barb, seconded by Jason. Anything on that one, Lindsay?
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. So this has kind of come up just in our recent department head meetings and such, and maybe should be an overall look at the council calendar moving forward. But we're just with lame duck, coming off the last report with lame duck, that does restrict certain expenditures and that sort of thing. So we were just thinking we have a lot, especially today, we have a big agenda as well with only one meeting then in August before lame duck. We're just proposing that we have a second regular meeting before that could possibly occur. And since normally it would be the Wednesday, but since the AMO conference is still on that day, and there's no county council. I checked the calendar, but someone correct me if I'm wrong, but there's not a county council meeting on the Thursday. So we were wondering if we did a meeting Thursday at 9 a.m., which would be August 18th.
I think it's a good idea. See if there are any loose ends of things that we need to do. I think that's a really good idea. Questions or comments? Barb.
Of course I have a question. It just occurred to me, do you think this will be virtual or that we might be in the new council chambers by then?
Are you talking about the inauguration or just the meeting in August?
I think I'll turn that to Dave. He's putting his hand up anyway.
Oh, that
Go
was
ahead,
funny, Mayor Woodbury.
I tried. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, so I actually got an update from Dom Construction this morning, and they have all but one door. So at this point in time, we're planning on going August, what is it, 3rd or 6th? August, thank you, to the new council chambers unless something changes.
Thank you. And I know this has been a long drawn out one, but like I say, all the industries are short on people and weird things have been happening. Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll call a question. Is anyone opposed to the motion? And that is carried. So thank you, Lindsay. Dave, we'll move on to yours. White Rose subdivision, letter of credit reduction, moved by Barbara, seconded by Brian. So go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I think that report is self-explanatory. I'll just take questions.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Any questions? Barbara? Oh, sorry. I just thought your hand would be up.
I got my question answered this morning before the meeting started.
Okay. It's that kind of day. Any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed? That is carried. Next, moved by Michael, seconded by Jim, and that's the site alteration agreement approval report. Anything on this one, Dave?
Yes, so the site alteration agreement report is basically the final step in the process. They've got their fill bylaw. This now puts into place securities and so on for actually the site alt for a actual subdivision development.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, not seeing any. Is anyone opposed to this motion? That is carried. Next, moved by Brian, seconded by Martin, and that's the development policy, D14. Anything on that?
So this one, again, is pretty self-explanatory as well, and it's prefacing basically future developments in relation to the various security issues, as well as the aggregating or reductions of securities if it's a certain threshold. And the last piece, basically the maintenance responsibility stuff. What we've done in the multiple developments and project history piece of aggregating securities is we're kind of waffling between 4 million and 5 million. And what we come down to was through discussions that if we set it at 4 million, it's low enough that we can still maintain that 80%. 5 million is a bit higher, but they would have to be down below 3.2 million to take advantage of or to still be in that 80%. So really the 4 million establishes that that would be what's required. even if they get down to as low as 3.2 million in security requirement because of the 80%. It would look really the same. So that's what we're putting forward, and that's been reviewed by Triton and so on, still with the $10 million in infrastructure being in the ground that would either be received or be preliminary accepted.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments? Brian, then Jason.
Thanks, John. And I just want to thank Dave and the rest of his staff there for this report, because this is what I was looking for in regards to the when the request first came forward. This changes the policy, and it lays out very clearly what the conditions need to be considered for the reduction in securities, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Jason and then Martin.
Yeah, I guess with our last discussion, it makes it clear for me. Was this on our end, or was this the developer? I can't remember. Was this the developer asking for this, or was this us just kind of offering it?
No, the developer put a request in. There's actually a letter in the report, or an email in the report. The engineers requested, they did the calculations, then they made the discussions between the two engineers, our engineer and their engineer, to confirm that those security levels and the infrastructure in the ground were at the levels they were. And then we created a policy to try and deliver on that and be fair, because there is significant investment they've made in the community, and you know, when they reach these thresholds, it's our belief that you know, we're still well secured with the amount of work. But again, they have to come to the table and not have been drawn on. Like, we don't draw on any of these securities in a 5-year period in order to qualify. So they have to be a good community citizen as well in working with the township.
Yeah, no, it makes it clear for sure. The last time I just wondered why, you know, we weren't asking him for more, we were just taking it away. So anyhow, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Martin. You were off mute and then you muted yourself to talk. So you're having the same day as me.
Yep, new computer. Dave, on page 184, security aggregating and reductions based on developments in project history, you were mentioning the $4 million and $5 million. The second bullet down on that, if you found it, it says that the developer shall have a requirement for an excess of $4 million and then $5 million in brackets. And then the bullet below says in excess of 10 million, and then it's $10 million in brackets. Was that what you were talking about before, with the difference between 4 million and 5, or?
Now you're answering him on mute.
Sorry, I did send an email out earlier this morning. I was on vacation, so I seen Barb's email kind of late, and I responded that is an error in the report. Lindsay has the correction. She's made it already, and it should be 4 million, and then the words 5 not changed to 4.
Yeah, okay.
So that's in the resolution document, or I think we're doing this by bylaw, so she'll be having it corrected in the bylaw. It's just a friendly. Yeah.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, thank you. And judging from the amount of reports you have here, Dave, you had a good holiday?
Just awesome.
Brian, go ahead.
Just real quick, those 3 bullet points that are the one that Martin was referring to there, to be eligible, they must meet all 3 of those conditions cumulatively, not individually, correct?
Here we go, muted again. That is correct. Those have to be all that must be met to qualify, those 3 conditions.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I'll call the question. Anyone opposed to the motion? That is carried. And now we have a motion moved by Jim, seconded by Jason, and it's the bylaw to go with that. Any comments or questions on the bylaw? Not seeing any. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. Recorded vote for bylaw 2022-09 to adopt the residential development subdivision security maintenance policy. Councillor Shipston,
Yes.
Mayor Woodbury,
Yes.
Councillor Rice,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne,
Yay.
Councillor Frew,
Yes.
Councillor Dobreen,
Yes.
Councillor Shearson.
Yes.
By a vote of 7-0, that's carried.
Thank you. Next, we have moved by Michael, seconded by Barbara, and that's the LAS electricity program and 2023 head report. Anything you want to add to that, Dave?
Just that historically, we've been at 65% hedge and 35% spot, and spot basically buying the day you use sort of thing. We could go to 75%, as high as 75% hedge. And, you know, based on history, it should save us more money, but that's, I strongly said should, not necessarily shall save us more money. But 65% is what we've done in the past. So it's council decision. We just want direction, and we'll let LAS know for 2023.
Okay, questions or comments? Brian.
Thank you, John. Dave, can you tell us, based on history, had we been at 75, what would the advantage in dollars be over the current 65? What, like, in other words, what's the potential benefit? And I
Another
emphasize
10%.
potential.
Yeah, another 10% savings. So you would have saved another $750 a year, or $2,200 or $2,300 in 5 years.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So not, I mean, it's not a small amount, but it's not really significant on the overall budget.
Correct.
Okay. Any other? Barb, go ahead.
So through you, hi Dave. If we do nothing, if we don't notify them, it renews at the 65%.
Correct. But we will let them know.
Yeah, it's not a lot of money in the grand scheme of things, and there is a risk that it won't save us money. It could end up costing us more. I'm hesitant.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts? Okay, so I'll ask the question. What do you think, 65 or 75?
I'm comfortable with the 65.
Okay. See Jason, Barb, Martin? So, okay, so 65.
You're
looks
muted,
like
Martin. Was there his hand up, or was he giving a thumbs up? I'm not sure.
Well, there was one. Yeah, I agree with it. There was one part. However, with the spot market, it says it could be quite volatile, and it provides the biggest opportunity for cost savings. But we all know how it fluctuates. So if we go 65%, that seems reasonable. It seems to have worked out over the last few years. So,
yep.
Yeah, my answer would be yes.
Okay, sounds good. Dave?
The only volatility that might take advantage, and I'm going to say of the spot market, might be our use of energy during the night with the new water tower. So I think 65 is the best way to go, and let's see what the next year or so brings. I mean, you're going to not see the water tower impact till 24 or 25, but just to put that out there as a future thinking.
Yeah, good point. Okay, not seeing any other hands up then, I'll call the question on that. Anyone opposed? That is carried, so thank you. Next, moved by Jim, seconded by Brian, and that's Southgate Meadows Incorporated. That's Flato East, 7, 8, 10 subdivision agreement. 7, 8, 10, that's like how I taught my grandkids to count. So anything on this one, Dave?
Just that we thought we had it all put together last Thursday, and then Monday we got some more information from Triton. So we're resubmitting, and Lindsay, I sent that out this morning as well on attachment. Lindsay's submitting a new version 5.11 and a new version 5.17, I believe. And that's to do with street lights and sewage pumping station, kind of at when do we take it over and when do they look after it until. So it's kind of that 75% residents that get into the occupancy stage. So anyway, just not major changes, but just some updates that the engineers thought were important to be in. And Triton reviewed it and put those forward. And we've had, in the last day, we've had Flato agree with those terms as well. So it's ready to go.
Great, thank you. Barb.
Because that update, we didn't have an opportunity to review that. Can you provide a better overview of what the changes were? Because, I mean, you're asking us to approve it, and the email came this morning. I didn't have a chance to, I haven't seen the revisions.
Can you pull it up on the screen, Lindsay?
Thank you.
So the basic changes, I'm reading off my screen because the, whoops. Yeah, okay, there it is. 5.11. Okay, so I'm gonna go, this is, oh, actually, can you pull up the 5.11 of what I sent you?
Yeah, just give me a second.
Just a quick question while Lindsay's doing that. Street lighting. I know that we had this question previously, and it was, you know, assuming the electrical cost of street lighting when it was 75% built and occupied. I'm just going to assume this is part of that discussion.
It is. It is.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so again, I'm looking at my version. Okay, here it's up now. So in the first line, the developer agrees and acknowledges that the township may and but has been taken out. The township shall not be obliged to assume the electrical energy consumption costs of street lighting, which have not yet been granted final acceptance by the township. Taking out the words if the township may assume the electrical energy consumption costs of the project street lighting, which is of project street lighting, has been added prior to final acceptance where there is greater than 75% occupancy by new homeowners of the residential units in the subdivision phase or phases. We've deleted everything thereafter in green. Developer will pay the costs of winter maintenance, and that was redundant. Then we get into the rest of it is the developer also agrees that with respect to the has been removed. So the developer also agrees that all the street light infrastructure will be installed and fully operational prior to assumption of electrical energy consumption costs. And the rest remains the same. And that the rest just may, again, it is agreed that the assumption of these electrical costs pursuant to this section is deemed to be assumed by the township's agent developers pursuant to the paragraph shall constitute assumption of the township of said street lighting infrastructure. Any street lighting maintenance provided by the township prior to final acceptance will be the developer's expense, except as otherwise provided for in the agreement. So that's what has been changed. and that will go forward into our template document. The new one that has, we just basically, they've made it a bit more robust and we've replaced it with this. 517's totally been eliminated and this new one put in. Operation of sewage pumping stations. Developer agrees and acknowledges, and it's kind of the same stuff, only we talk about sewage pumping stations. Shall not be obliged to assume the operation or the electrical/gas consumption costs of the sewage pumping station, which have not yet been fully granted final acceptance by the township. Township may assume the operation and or electrical gas consumption costs of the project's sewage pumping station prior to final acceptance where there is greater than 75% occupancy of new homeowners in the residential units in the subdivision phases. The developer also agrees that all the sewage pumping station will be installed and fully operational prior to assumption of the operation of the sewage pumping station by the township. It is agreed that the assumption of the operation and or electrical gas consumption costs by the township pursuant to this section shall be deemed to have been assumed by the township as agents of the developer, and no action on the part of the township pursuant to the paragraph shall constitute an assumption by the township of the said source sewage pumping station. Any sewage pumping station maintenance provided by the township prior to final acceptance will be at the developer's expense, except as otherwise provided for in this agreement. So we're going to take on the electrical costs. They're going to still maintain it for the warranty period if there's failures. That's what that's saying.
Okay,
Any
thank you.
questions?
Doesn't look like it. Oh, Barbara, go ahead. Good.
So these continue to protect us through the warranty period for both electrical and sewage pumping. And it assumes that, or we as a township, as a result of there being greater than 75% occupancy, we're getting the taxation in order to help support those costs.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you. Thanks, Dave.
Okay. Any further questions? All right, then I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? And that is carried. Next, we have the bylaw for that, moved by Jason, seconded by Martin. Any questions or comments on the bylaw? Okay, Lindsay, your turn.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. Recorded vote for bylaw 2022-090, the Flato East Phase 7, 8, and 10 subdivision agreement. Councillor Frew?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne?
Yay.
Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Councillor Shipston?
Yes.
Councillor Delbreen?
In favor.
Councillor Shearson?
Yes.
Mayor Woodbury?
Yes.
By a vote of 7-0, that is carried.
Barb, your cold doesn't sound like it's getting better.
No, it's not.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
Mayor Woodbury, if I might have another amendment to the agenda. Just when we were going through Dave's reports, 10.52, the CAO 2022-034, the White Rose site alteration agreement, that bylaw was supposed to be approved at this meeting, and it, for some reason, and it's my fault, I completely apologize, the bylaw did not make it onto the agenda. And again, that's, I created the bylaw, I don't know what happened, but I don't want to leave the developer waiting until the August 3rd meeting. All the information was included in Dave's report, and it's a standard agreement. I don't know if Dave wants to, or if council's agreeable to consider that bylaw at this point. Just, and again, I apologize, that was my fault.
It's, is anyone against us doing that? Okay, then you'll need a motion. Okay,
Of
Barb?
course, we upload it again, and we can put it on the next agenda as well for information.
I'm not necessarily opposed, but if we recess to give us an opportunity to read it, then like we could add it, but I would like an opportunity to at least read it.
Yep.
Sure, and we could maybe, I could send it out now, and then even if we did it before we got in, like after Clint's reports, like, so it gives extra time as well.
Yeah.
I just don't want to, like I said, I apologize. That's my fault. Dave had it ready to go, so that's.
I'm
I
not
just don't-
opposed to amending the agenda. I'm sorry, I'm not opposed to amending the agenda, Mayor Woodbury.
Okay, thank you.
We just
Dave,
need
do you have something? Yeah, Dave, did you want to add something?
No, Lindsay's covered it off. Let's continue on with the agenda and we'll get it out here in a few minutes.
Okay, thanks. So I'll need a mover and seconder, and why don't we put it in, right, just before the consent agendas. Is that?
Yeah, following Clint's last report, if that's okay.
Okay, Brian, you moving it? Okay, seconder? Jim? Any discussion? All in favor, or anyone opposed? Yeah, I'll keep you with your hands going up and down and things like that. There's nobody opposed, so I'll declare that.
Thank you very much, and I apologize again. I'll send it out right now, and then of course it will get uploaded after.
Yep. You know what? Things happen, so it's just a matter of how we roll with them. So thank you for your stuff there, Dave, and we'll now move on to Kayla's library staffing. Moved by Michael, seconded by Jim. Morning, Kayla. What would you like to tell us?
Good morning. This is, upon reviewing the job description, we noticed that there were some inconsistencies that we wanted updated. So that's why we're bringing it to council, and we've already begun posting for the job. We just put that the job description was under review.
Okay, thank you. Any, got a lot of beeping going in the background here. Any questions? Was that your hand up, Barb? Or waving?
Yeah, somebody's backing up.
That's me.
So this report also welcomes Jackie Johnson as the successful candidate for the Children's Services Library Assistant. I just wanted to acknowledge that the board welcomes her to the library as well. And yeah, thank you.
Okay, thanks. And yes, from council as well. Any other questions or comments? Okay, is anyone opposed to that motion? That is carried. We're halfway there, Kayla. Moved by Barb, seconded by Brian, and that's the market check. I report HR 2022-033. Anything you'd like to add to that?
Yes, thank you. So for this report, there actually is, I guess, two components. There's the council market check as well as the staff market check. And we have some recommendations that are open to discussion and feedback on this.
Okay, so let's see what people have to say. Questions or comments? Barb, go ahead.
I try to wait for other people to put their hand up, but I don't want to be missed either. Thank you, Kayla. I think it's important. We've noticed a number of municipalities in Grey County have already incorporated market checks for their councils, and it's important that it be adequate enough that it attracts a diverse group of people. And I noted recently that our neighboring municipality also offers health benefits and RRSP contributions. I think it's important that we recognize that those people who have stepped up, who have jobs, are probably losing. It's probably costing them to attend all of these council meetings. It's not an easy task, and it takes time away from family outside of council meetings. So I'm encouraged, and I highly support a market check and evaluation for the next term of council, because without it, we're not attracting a diverse group of people. We're not making it at least you've got to at least be able to break even. And I suspect that people who have employment outside of council are losing in the grand scheme of things. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Martin?
Yeah, good morning, Kayla. The market check, is that how you do it? Just go to other municipalities and see what they're doing? Or is there a guideline from the province, because it is a municipal third tier government? Or like, where did you get the numbers from to make the decision? Did I say that? Did I ask the question right? You know what I mean? Like, do you just look at other municipalities?
We'll see by what the answer is. If it's the right answer, then great. And if not, you can ask the question a different way.
There you go. Thanks, John.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kayla.
Thank you. So the answer is I'm not 100% sure. I've been looking into this as I go, but this is a fairly new thing for me. I have noticed that some other local municipalities have done it various ways, so I would be reaching out to them and working with them to get the best data and present it to council with some recommendations.
Oh, okay. Good enough.
And
Thank you.
I can say we have done a market check like this before, but it's a difficult thing to do because of the wide variety that of ways that councils are paid. Brian?
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing as John there, basically that, you know, there's different ways to bake a cake and there's different ways to compensate a council. Absolutely there are. And to Barb's point, you know, another consideration might be registration with OMERS. I know the county does that for their county councillors. A number of other lower tiers do it. That's another option for council compensation as well. But I look forward to the report. Thank you.
Go ahead, Barb.
Just one follow-up. I think we have a bit of an advantage that a number of municipalities have gone out and used a consultant to do the market check recently. So the numbers may be readily available through their reports that we may not have to incur that cost. But that will be left up to Kayla's discretion, I would imagine, to come back to council if she feels that an expense to, and that it could be covered under the modernization fund, I would imagine.
Okay, thank you. Not seeing any more. Oh, Jason, go ahead.
I guess I got no problem with the market check just to see, but I guess as to Barb's point, being somebody that's employed somewhere else, I don't know. I'm kind of uneasy about. I don't know. I guess not saying we don't make enough, but you know, we got to be here for the right reasons too. If you keep offering more money to everybody, then you know, too much money, then they might be there for the wrong reasons too. I'm not saying don't do a market check. I'm just saying you know, we got to keep it sensible, I guess.
Yep, absolutely right. And I think market check gives you that idea of what's going on. And yeah, it's got to be reasons for being here has to be community involvement and that. So I agree. It's what we do with the information, or what the new council does with the information on the new budget. So yeah. Any other questions or comments? Oh, Kayla.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's feedback on that. And I just wanted to also, I guess, have a bit of a point out the staff part of it, and just that what the recommendation is here is to do the full market check in 2023. Now, part of that would be that we need to budget for not just possibly the third party to do that, but also for the wage increases that might be a result of that. So I just wanted to point that out, that we may have some estimating to do in the budget to accommodate for the potential wage increases. As I do hear through other market checks that we may have to increase some of our wages as a result of that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's a really good point. We've got good staff, and I wouldn't want to fall behind. And again, it's just when you see the range, it's a discussion of where council wants can afford to land for the staff on that, in that range. You know, we shouldn't be the highest paid and we shouldn't be the lowest, so it's somewhere in the middle. Go ahead, Barb.
We need to fall within and be the best municipality to work for to make it attractive. I think too, it's important to have started this council compensation review in this term, so that it doesn't appear that, oh, a new council comes in and gives themselves a raise. I hope that we'll be able to have implemented. That's why the outgoing council is supposed to do this. So thank you, Kayla, for taking that on an internal path initially.
Great, thank you. Not seeing any more hands up, so I will call the question.
Oh, actually,
okay,
John.
I see a hand up, and
sorry,
and you're unmuted, so that works.
Yeah. Kayla, I just looked at the report, and for the staff, you don't look at unionized staffing, do you, to try and get a balance there? You just go with, because we're not unionized, right?
Right, yeah, we try and find the best comparators, which would be non-union.
Okay, thank you. Awesome.
I think though, it's worth having a look at the union, and it's how you use to compare, because they're municipal employees that are getting paid. So I think you have to at least be aware of it and see what you want to do there. It's a surefire way of getting a union here is being well under what a union in a comparable municipality pays. You know, I'm not saying we have to pay as much or do whatever, but you fall too far behind, and that's what attracts. So, but that's up to you guys. Not seeing any other questions. I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed to the motion? And that is carried. Thank you. Thanks, Kayla. You're the best. I never get tired of that. Go ahead, Lindsay.
I just want to confirm, Councillor Shearson, I seen you left there briefly. I think you're back. I just want to confirm since you're calling in.
Yeah, for some reason it dropped off. I'm back.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Next, we'll go over and visit Clinton again. Thanks for those reports, Kayla. And it feels like I talked to you already today, Clinton. I have a motion moved by Martin, seconded by Barbara, and it's a planning report for the Jerry Jack property. So is there anything you'd like to add to that, Clint?
Thank you, Chair Woodbury. Not a whole lot I've to add other than I've provided council with a couple options based on how we should address this. There weren't a lot of comments from the public on this one. It was more a discussion with council, and it's sort of council was a little divided on how to handle this. I'm suggesting we handle it like we've handled all of them in the past with shops in the rural area, and continue that path and not treat this one any different than we would any of the other ones. So, and going forward, that's all I have to say. If there's any questions, I can take those.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, John. Clint, reading the second option, is there too many words in there? Like something just doesn't sound right. Like read that if you wouldn't. Like council directs staff to bring forward a bylaw without a holding symbol removed. Is something wrong there?
Yeah, just probably just stroke out the removed bit.
Okay.
So without a holding symbol.
All right, thank you. That I thought that's likely what you were, where you were going with that, but I wanted to be clear. I read that a few times and thought, whoa, it must have been late at night when Clinton was writing this because it didn't make any sense to me. So, okay, that's good. Thank you. I don't have any questions. But
Yeah.
I agree with the sentiment that we need to treat this as if it was a brand new industry bringing forward to rezone it. Yep.
Yeah, I think consistency is big. That stroking out of that word is just a little housekeeping thing. The mover and seconder, Barb and Martin, that's fine with you, so that we're good to go. Yep. And yeah, Barb. Okay, good. Yep, so that's good. Any other questions or comments, Barb?
So to that, I was going to ask a similar question, but you have an or. So you need us to decide, do we bring it forward with or without a holding symbol? And I think at this point, they're an established business. What is your recommendation? And what is the least cumbersome for this established business who I'm certain is, are you suggesting that there should be a holding symbol, do the paved apron and we'll lift it? Is this going to create more time, more money for this business?
Through the chair.
Yep.
If it was me spending the dollars, I would want to go with the second option. In which case I would say just requiring a development agreement to be registered on title with the requirement that they do the paved apron. Reason why is once that development agreement has been approved and registered, they don't have to come back anymore to do anything. Whereas with a holding symbol, they're still going to be going through the site plan control business and all of that, but then they have to come back and apply to have that holding symbol removed. And that's another process then that they have to go through just to get that done. And because it's a hard stop that you can't get anything issued or done with a holding symbol there until you satisfy the conditions. So it's a little more cumbersome, but it's a guarantee for the township that work's going to be done. The development agreement, we can get the development agreement done at the same time I bring forward a bylaw, so they both get approved and then registered on title. We'll make sure it gets signed by the applicant, and then there's no issue there with it getting done in a timely manner.
The bottom line, it would cut out some of the red tape.
Yeah, if we did the second one.
Yeah, Barb?
I would, I guess just ask if there's any other questions from council, but I would stand to move the second option when it's time.
Okay. Well, I think any time's a good time. So I would do it now.
I so move the second option without a holding symbol, requiring a development agreement to be implemented for the paved apron.
Let's see if anyone will second that.
I will.
Yep.
For sure.
Okay. Any discussion on that? Is that, Lindsay, an amendment, or is that kind of just clarifying what we're doing?
Normally what we do in these situations, it would just be the second option that we picked. We don't do a formal amendment. So it was Councillor Green and Councillor Shipson, I believe, that moved and seconded it anyway. Yeah. So the minutes will appear with it as the second option that was approved if it gets passed here.
Okay, good. So any further discussion? All right, I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? Good, thank you. Next, we have motion moved by Brian, seconded by Jim, and it's the Flato phases 7, 8, and 10 removal of the H. It must be planning H day. Anything on this, Clint?
Not really. This is a follow-up to Dave's report, actually. A requirement to have the removal of the hold is that subdivision agreement be entered into, and also that it receive allocation for water and wastewater. And it has received that previously. So in that respect, it meets the conditions to actually remove the hold. And so now we can do that. And that's what I'm recommending.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments, Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clint, I mean, it's entirely up to the developer how they want to phase this thing, but does it not look a little odd to you that they're going all the way around phase 9? Like what's their thinking there? I don't understand that. And again, I guess it really doesn't make any difference to me, but just curious to know why they're going around phase 9. You know?
I part of it has to do with the pumping station getting online, but I believe Corey Chisholm is on the line. If council would permit him to speak there to address that.
Does anyone have an objection to that?
Nope.
I don't see any. So Corey, if you're there, or if we've bored you to death. Go ahead, Corey.
I'm here listening intently.
Yeah, Barb, did you have a point of order or something? Or
You know where I'm going with this. Just to formalize, should we not waive or lift the procedure to allow them to speak, just in case we get anyone objecting that they weren't allowed to speak at another time?
Yep. Lindsay, is that okay?
Yeah, if Councillor O'Brien would move that, we'd just grab a seconder to lift procedure.
Absolutely.
Okay, Brian. All right, any discussion on that? Okay, is anyone opposed? That is carried. Okay, Corey, now it's you.
Thanks, and I guess it's good afternoon now, members of council. So just in response to the question, there are a number of reasons why phase 9 was left as kind of the hole in the donut. I know some had to do with the detailed servicing design, which I'd have to go back to Crozier to get a more detailed response on that. I know the intent was to wrap the road around to provide that connection up through Flato North, as well as get that pumping station online, as that is required for the number of homes. I also believe at the time there was only so much servicing allocation available, and we were essentially maxing that out with the amount that we could register at this time. And I will say Flato's sales and closing dates do also follow sort of this phasing that's been developed. So those units in phase 9 have a further out closing date than those ones before you now as 7, 8, and 10. And I know the skipping over phase 9 numerically is a bit confusing. But anyways, that's what I can offer as to the reason why the phasing was developed as it has been.
And that is as good an answer as anybody could have made up on the spot. And I truly appreciate it, Corey. Thank you so much. I just wanted assurance that it wasn't, a landing pad for a spaceship or something. So anyway, that's great.
Not to my knowledge.
Good, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, is anyone opposed? That is carried. Now, Brian, I'm going to turn the meeting over to you. I got a little bit of an emergency here that hopefully I can handle in a few minutes, but I'll turn it over to you for the time being.
Very good. Okay, thank you. Just let me get back to the start of or the actual agenda on my screen here so I can Kayla. Are we at 10.7.4, Madam Clerk?
10.7.3, the bylaw to go with the removal of the whole phases.
Very good then. Okay, so and again, Lindsay, you'll have to help me with the movers and seconders for each one as we go forward here. So we're going to consider bylaw 2022-094, a holding bylaw lift, holding on phase 7, 8, and 10, as we just discussed. Mover and seconder, Lindsay, is?
Councillor Dobreen and Councillor Shipston.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on the bylaw? Seeing none, I'll let the clerk take the poll.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Milne. Recorded vote for bylaw 2022-094, the holding bylaw lift for Flato Phase 7, 8, and 10, Flato East, I believe that is. Councillor Dobreen,
In favor?
Councillor Shearson,
Yes.
Councillor Frew,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne,
Yay.
Mayor Woodbury is absent. Councillor Rice,
Yes.
Councillor Shipston,
Yes.
by a vote of 6-0, that's carried.
Excellent. Thank you, Lindsay. Moving on to 10.7.4 is report PL 2022-047 regarding retail cannabis report. Lindsay, the movers and seconders.
Are Councillor Shipston and Councillor Frew.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shipston, which option would you prefer to move in the motion?
Looking at it, for reasons I can obviously state, option number 1, do the zoning amendment so it can open up.
Okay, so that's the, when, did you say Jim was the seconder, Lindsay?
Yes, Councillor Frew.
Jim, are you prepared to second that motion for option 1?
Yep.
Okay, good. So we have the mover and seconder. We have the option 1 on the table for debate. Any discussion? Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, I know looking at the letter, maybe not as detailed as Clinton would like, but considering we looked at this maybe almost the beginning of the term, we picked not to have them here in any way because we didn't have as much information because the government kind of threw it into our laps. Well, we've had 3 years to go and we've seen how, the shops operate, and the very fact that they just don't sell the buds or the leaves, they actually sell the oils and the CBDs for health reasons. A lot of people use that now for their health. So it's not just going in and buying some pot. There's a lot of other things to it. And if Clinton thinks there should be a zoning amendment, 150 meters away from any school, that's by the province. But if the staff can come up with the amendment, these people want to open, and that's that.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Anyone else? Barbara?
Deputy Mayor Milne, I think Clinton had his hand up before me. He may want to respond.
Sure. Clint, you want to have a run at that or clarification on your report?
Yeah, just a couple points there. Councillor Shipston is absolutely right. It was a long time ago, and we didn't have. We did a survey back when we did it, and there was some concerns listed in there, but I think those concerns are still there, regardless of whether or not anything has transpired within the township. What I've seen in other municipalities is some of them, you end up with multiple cannabis stores operating and almost taking over an area. My son joked to me, my son is in grade 8, and he was on a field trip in the bus, and they said they make it a game on the bus to count the number of cannabis stores when they go on field trips, which is a rather interesting perspective. So I think reeling this back in, it's important for us to regulate it in the zoning to not allow it in every commercial zone, but let's pick one and let's have some provisions for it so that we can, I guess, not limit, but control where it's going to go, if that's what council wishes. A good portion of it would be to protect some of those lands that we have now zoned for public spaces, for schools and things like that. That the last thing you want to do is have a shop open up and now all of a sudden becomes questionable whether or not we should be putting a school in that area because there's a cannabis shop next door, kind of thing. And the last thing I want is for that to happen, because this community, in my opinion, needs a school more than it needs a cannabis store. So I think with some zoning provisions crafted and created, we should be able to take care of that to a large degree, and then be able to move forward.
Okay, thank Clinton. Barbara.
Thank you. And Clinton, you helped with part of my question. I find it.
You somehow muted yourself there, Barb. There you go.
Turned my mute back on instead of off. I guess I owe $5 now. Sorry, thank you, Clinton. You answered a part of my question. The zoning process, the zoning amendment would go through a public process. People will have an opportunity to comment based on, whatever that distance is. If once you've got your work cut out for you trying to figure out where this might be applicable. I didn't think that we had the option to decide where they go. I thought that, or is that just the agricultural grow operations? Because for some reason, 3 years ago, it was like, you're either in or you're out, but you don't get to decide where it goes, as long as it's 150 meters from a school.
No, it has to have appropriate zoning, sorry, through the chair. With respect to a commercial zone, it can't just, you can't have it in a residential zone, obviously. So, and the province is the one who sets some minimum standards as far as setbacks from a school and whatnot. But there's more than one commercial zone. We have a C1, a C2, a C3, C4, and C5. So do we want it in all of those? Because you can, if you put it in the highway commercial, maybe you get them all along the highway. Is that what we want along Highway 10 and where else? Or do we want them in this only the C2 zone, which would be all of downtown Dundalk? Is that okay? And if so, what sort of provisions can we put in there to say, okay, if it's a C2 zone for this use, maybe we have some setbacks from certain things in there.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I look forward to the zoning process. Obviously, this request isn't going to be granted overnight until that process goes through and gets approved in whatever your recommendation is. Thank you, Clinton.
Thank you, Barb. Any other discussion? The only thing I would say from the chair is, my question to myself would be, would this make the community better? And I'm undecided on that point, to have this type of retail outlet in the village, so, or in the township rather, I should say. In any case, the option one is what we're deciding on now. And to be clear, Clinton, this would just start the process to rezone. It would not approve a cannabis outlet. Is that correct, Clint? At this point.
So once we get the zoning adjusted with some provisions that council is okay with, then you would have to actually pass another resolution to actually lift that ban, or what, I forget what it's called, the
Prohibition or whatever.
prohibition.
Okay, good. Just for clarification. Barb, I saw your hand up. Go ahead.
Hang on.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
I'm having trouble. So just to be clear, that the whole process, the whole zoning amendment process requires public consultation. And I hope that we will hear from our community as to whether or not this is something that we should be doing. Because, yeah, Brian makes a very good, asks a very good question. We should be making decisions based on making our community better. And I'm hoping that through the process, we'll learn what the community wants.
Right, exactly. Clint, go ahead.
Just through the chair, absolutely, it will be a community process. Because it is a township-wide amendment for the bylaw, it would be advertised in the paper and not hand-delivered to everyone. So it would be in the Herald as well as papers for
Wellington
the West
Advisor
End.
and the Community News.
There we go. I couldn't remember the names. Thank you. So it'll be in those papers as well.
As if I can add, as well as on our
Absolutely.
website and social media, etc. It wouldn't just be in the papers. We'd put it out there as well.
Yep, good. All right, any further discussion on this? Not hearing any, I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed to this? Not seeing any opposition, I'll declare that carried. Thank you very much. Moving on to 10.7.5, report PL 2022-053 regarding Flato phases 7, 8, and 10 clearance letter. Mover and seconder, Lindsay.
Councillor Shearson and Councillor Rice.
Thank you very much. Discussion. Or Clint, do you have anything to add to this report first, please? Sorry. Oh, I see the mayor's back. Well, I'll finish this one and then I'll turn it back over to you, John. Is that all right? Yeah, okay.
Yep, absolutely.
Good. Clint, go ahead.
Nothing really to add. This is just a process that's required by the county in order to get the actual phases registered. So that's why we're doing this.
Very good. Any discussion from council? Questions? Not seeing any, I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed? No opposition, so I'll declare that carried. Thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor, welcome back.
Thank you. Hi, Lindsay.
Just since we're at the end of Clint's reports, the White Rose site alteration bylaw that we previously amended to include after Clint's reports would be next.
Okay.
I did send it out there, and like I said, it'll be uploaded after. And
yeah, yep. So what I was thinking just before I get to you, Barb, was maybe now would be a good time to break for lunch, since we're still got a lot that we're going through after this. How long would everyone want for lunch and read and stuff? Any ideas? Half an hour?
Half an hour at the most, I would say. Yep.
Yeah, well, I'm wavering between 20 minutes and half an hour, but I know how I work. So what does council want? Jim?
I go 20
Well, I
minutes.
have to leave and pick up a prescription for my eye.
Okay. Okay, Barb?
Sorry.
30 minutes.
Or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
30 minutes, because I think we owe it to staff to have a break. And not sure if Councillor Frew can get back in that time frame, but I agree with Deputy Mayor Milne, 30 minutes. Gives us time to read the report. And my question, Mayor Woodbury, through you to Lindsay, were there any changes to the template?
I will turn that over to Dave for the White Rose.
For the White Rose.
Mm-hmm.
But, oh, sorry, we need to put it on the floor before we discuss.
All right, so we'll read it.
Yep.
In full.
Okay, so 30 minutes, I guess. So 1 o'clock, we'll reconvene.
Okey-doke.
Thank you.
I won't entertain a motion to go really late today. So we'll get at it. So we're recessed then until 1 o'clock. Thanks, everybody.
You, Councillor Shearson?
Yes.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Glad to see your box on the screen, Councillor Shearson. I didn't see it earlier in the morning.
What was that?
Oh, it's Barbara. I was just commenting. It's nice to see your box and your name on the screen. For some reason, my screen didn't show you this morning, so it's nice to see you're here. We heard you, but yeah. I didn't see your box. That's all. Something to do with my technology.
Soon we'll be back in meeting, so we'll all be together again.
That's right. That'll be nice.
No more of these phone calls.
Except that I'm sick, so I wouldn't be doing virtually anyway, even if we were in person now.
Did you, Barb, did you do a rapid test? Or are you just surmising?
No, I did a rapid test.
And it was positive. So where do you think you picked it up, or do you know?
Well, the only place I was, I mean, I didn't get symptoms until basically Monday night. So the only thing I can think of is Friday.
Or on the airplane.
Or the airport on Thursday night. Yeah, because it was fine the entire time.
Right.
But it can take up to 2 weeks apparently to.
Yeah, the symptoms are wonky. They affect different people different ways, show up different ways. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a funny thing. Anyway, so I wish you a speedy recovery.
Thank you. It was actually, it was the test, the line didn't show up for well after the 15 minutes. So if I had just thrown it, so if I had just thrown the, 15 minutes, the timer went off, no line, throw it away. But it was, then the line appeared, I don't know, half hour.
Oh.
So I'll do another one and double check. I think they're not 100% accurate.
No.
But I would stay home now anyway, because I wouldn't want any of you to get a cold even. Because that's basically what I have.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Well, fire up the recordings and we'll call it back to order.
We're good to go. She never stopped it.
Okay, good. So I will call it back to order. Jim said he had to go and do some medical stuff. So he won't be here. All of the rest of council is. So we can move on to, Clint was done. We're moving on to bylaws and, oh no, we have the one that you gave us. That was the
White Rose site alteration.
Yes, yeah. So I need a mover and seconder for that. Martin and Brian. And any questions or comments or Barb.
Through you, and I know that Jim Ellis isn't with us, but maybe Dave is here. There's a clause that about road maintenance and maintaining the haul route and daily cleaning of the haul route. I know that there were some issues. Who monitors that going forward? Because it's going right through our community. The previous development wasn't as timely with the street cleaning, and I want to make sure that we're not, and the taxpayer is not paying for the regular daily cleaning of the streets. Because hauling all that soil in, as we've seen at the township office, has, creates a lot of dust, a lot of mess.
Yeah,
Thank
so that is in the agreement for them to monitor in the fill bylaw, and our road staff will monitor that, and if it needs to be cleaned up by them, we'll give that to their attention to clean up. If they don't do it, we will, and we'll put the costs on them.
Thank you.
Michael here.
Second. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, that original route was going to go up Doyle Street. Would it not be better to go up Bradley since there's no houses on that street?
There are actually less houses on, well, actually, sorry, Doyle Street, it was originally gone up there. We changed it to Artemisia, and Artemisia north of Gray. So there's only one house on Artemisia, and then a few houses on Todd Street around the corner, less than if we went up Doyle. So Doyle was changed. The primary entrance is Artemisia. If they need an exit type entrance, they would then use Bradley to come out empty as a plan, because there may get to be a point where they can't turn around and come back out. They got to go on through. So we provided that to them as a way out.
Okay.
And there may be some soil. There may be some soil from time to time have to go in Bradley as well. But again, it's going to be reconstructed at their cost eventually too. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Any other questions or comments? Okay, and it's a bylaw, so your turn, Lindsay.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. Recorded vote called on bylaw 2022-091, the site alteration for White Rose. Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Councillor Shipston?
Yes.
Mayor Woodbury?
Yes.
Councillor Shearson?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne?
Yay.
Councillor Dobreen?
Yes.
Councillor Frew? Oh, Councillor Frew is absent, sorry. By a vote of 6-0, that is carried.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go into the bylaws. We have the road widening bylaw, bylaw 2022-097, moved by Barb, seconded by Martin. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, it'll be Lindsay's turn.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. Recorded vote for bylaw 2022-097, a road widening bylaw for consent files B8, B9, and B10-21. Councillor Dobreen?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne?
Yay.
Mayor Woodbury?
Yes.
Councillor Shearson?
Yes.
Councillor Frew is absent. Councillor Shipston?
Yes.
Councillor Rice?
Yes.
By a vote of 6-0, that's carried.
Thank you. Next, moved by Barbara, seconded by Brian, is the bylaw 2022-099, and that's the electronic participation policy. Any questions or comments on this? Barb?
I just wanted to give Lindsay an opportunity. I noted that they're based, I guess, on our discussion and your research of other municipalities, that you're not limiting the number of meetings that we would be able to participate in virtually. And that will be monitored by the next council.
Yes, through you to Councillor Dobreen. I did, it wasn't in the original draft, and I thought about it quite a bit back and forth. I spoke to the clerks again in the area, and a lot of them that do have a current limit are considering maybe getting rid of that as well. So I thought I started off with no limit and see where it goes. It can always be brought back for further amendments if council feels like it's being, I guess, abused in a certain way. Hopefully that doesn't happen, and I think it's a good way to go right now, and we can see how it serves us.
Thank you.
Great. Any other comments? Sounds good. Okay, I will wait here while you do the vote.
Thank you. Mayor Woodbury, recorded vote for bylaw 2022-099 to adopt the electronic participation policy number 86. Councillor Shipson?
Yes.
Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Councillor Dobreen?
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Milne?
Yay.
Councillor Shearson?
Yes.
Mayor Woodbury?
Yes.
And Councillor Furr is absent by a vote of 6-0. That's carried.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have notices of motion. Did you receive any, Lindsay? Okay, and does anyone have anything? Then we will move on to the consent. Regular consent, moved by Martin, and I need a seconder. Brian? And I didn't receive anything to be pulled. Is there anything from anyone? Okay, we'll move on to questions in that regular consent, 13.1. Okay. Then I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed to the motion? And that is carried. 13.2 is moved by Michael, seconded by Barbara, and that's the correspondence consent. I had nothing pulled for there either. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. Is anyone opposed to that? And that is carried. Resolutions from other municipalities, moved by Jason, seconded by Martin. And if we pull anything, it'll have to be the whole thing because there's only one. Any questions on that? Okay. I'll call a question. Is anyone opposed to this one? Okay. And that is carried. Just before we go into, I have the motion to go into closed. I need a mover.
Yep.
And Michael's, yeah.
They're just closed consent items. We're not actually going in.
I knew that. I need a mover and Michael's a seconder for the consent, or for consent closed. Martin, okay. And there'd be no discussion on that unless we did go into closed. So is anyone opposed? That is carried. I guess now it's the county report. And as luck would have it today, we've covered what took up probably 2 or 3 hours of it between the ethics commissioner's report. And the other thing was Town of Blue Mountains, for some reason, decided not to honor Grey County's request for road widening. along one of the county roads when they did a lot realignment, and they didn't put it in as one of the conditions. And so the county's appealing. And just the simple point of right now, the single lane or just having that road as wide as it is may be sufficient, but you know, we all see how things are growing and going, and especially when with the highways and the county roads and a lot of our roads, you just have to have that extra land for 20 years down the road or 2 years down the road, depending how things are going. So it was, I think, unanimous to do that as well. So and that was the major stuff that really would affect us here. And we had the presentation similar to what we had as well for the immigration group. Anything you want to add, Brian?
Just that it was the first meeting with Tara Ward, our new clerk, and she did a marvelous job. It was a very trying meeting. I must say, from a procedural standpoint, there was a lot of procedural wrangling, shall we say, back and forth amongst councillors and staff, and she did a tremendous job. And as always, lunch was awesome. So it was a good meeting all in all.
I agree. And yeah, it was one of those where we had to take even a break so that the clerk and CAO and warden could discuss a few things on how to handle some of the stuff that was going on. Yep. Any questions on the county report? Okay. Members' privilege.
Michael here.
Michael, Brian, Barb.
Just want to put it out there that the automotive flea market is back in the fairgrounds and the arena this weekend in Dundalk, which is nice to see. Another event back in person versus virtual.
Absolutely. Brian?
Excellent. And in that same theme of events getting back to semblance of normalcy, the Holstein Rodeo is not this weekend, but next weekend, the 14, 15, or the 15, 16, 17 of July. So we look forward to seeing big crowds out to that event as well.
Good, good. People can go from one this weekend and do another weekend. They could plan all their weekends traveling around.
Absolutely. Yep.
Township. Barb.
Yes, if I may, just to Councillor Shearson's announcement, where can we find information on that? I haven't seen anything on it pop up on my Facebook feeds, but that doesn't mean that it's not there. How do we get the details on when and where? Oh, it's at the arena, but.
It starts Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I just know because my brother has a booth there, so.
Okay, so you don't know where we can find the times?
Well, there's
I'll
a
look
sign.
for it.
There's a sign on the at the highway corner about it. That's all I've seen so far. It's not really all over Facebook, but I don't really hook onto a lot of stuff on Facebook, so.
Brian knows something.
Well, I guess if you drive by the corner on a regular basis, you might see that sign. But I'll find out. Thank you very much, and try to get out and have a look see. That wasn't my member's privilege, Mayor Woodbury. I did want to make mention that we did have an in-person Junction Community Initiatives brought an in-person event on Friday for Canada Day. Funding through Canadian Heritage and a number of sponsors of local businesses. It was a great meal. The talent within Grey County and within Southgate specifically is tremendous. So it was better attended than last year, and it's growing. So I just wanted to give a shout out to all the volunteers that made that possible. I did want to ask, if I may, because I don't know where on our council agenda we can ask for status updates, Mayor Woodbury, on outstanding items or things that we have discussed at prior meetings and we're waiting on. So I'm going to use members' privilege, although it's not necessarily good news and celebrations. Based on the open forum this morning, I had on my list in members' privilege to ask about the Hydrovac RF pre-qualification, request for pre-qualification, that we had a conversation about. We may not have formally directed staff to bring one back, and perhaps we should have, but where is that sitting at this moment? Because I have followed up with staff and it has been in the works, but maybe there's some challenges involved in it.
Yeah, but just before I let Dave answer this, part of, one of my discussions was early on was that we shouldn't be picking a one-off and looking at it. We should be more of a policy for any of these type of things and do them as a policy for the tendering for all of that type of thing. So, so Dave, if you want to answer that.
So I anticipate Jim will have it at the next council meeting.
Thank you, because I do recall our conversation was to treat this in a little differently, knowing that we normally bring them in the spring, but since it's not awarding a tender, it's just getting people who are qualified and evaluating them. So I'll look forward to that at the August meeting. Thank you.
Okay. You had something earlier to answer, Brian. So did you?
I was just gonna say, if I remember correctly, wasn't there something? In fact, I think it was the full page thing about the swap meet in the last week's paper.
Yes.
The Dundalk Herald. I'm pretty sure there was something there, and yeah.
Thank you. I probably missed it. I was away. So.
You were away, so yeah. I'm pretty sure if you could look in last week's paper, there was a full page ad on the swap meet sponsors and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You were on the East Coast, so it's probably in the Halifax paper, right, as well. So
it probably is in the Beaver River Herald or something. I don't know. Just time.
Okay. And yeah, I just encourage everybody, the public, and that to get involved in these events that are back online. A lot of people working hard about that. Don't see any other hands up. So now we can go into that, what I said before about go into the closed meeting. No?
No closed meeting, no.
I got it on my agenda here for some reason.
It's just the way I have to set it up for the closed consent. It is confusing and I don't like it, but no closed meeting.
Okay, well that explains why when we first came back after lunch, I was feverishly looking down trying to go through my emails to get the contact for it and couldn't find it. So let's just move on to the confirming bylaw, moved by Barb and seconded by Jason. Any discussion? Go ahead, Lindsay.
Thank you, Mayor Woodbury. Recorded vote called on the confirming bylaw. Mayor Woodbury?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Milne?
Yay.
Councillor Dobrain?
In favor.
Councillor Shearson?
Yes.
Councillor Rice?
Yes.
Councillor Frew is absent. Councillor Shipston?
Yes.
By a vote of 6-0, that's carried.
Okay, thank you. Now I know why Brian answered yay, because he knows what motion's next. Okay, so Brian's moving that we adjourn at 1:20. So thanks everybody for sticking with it, and appreciate all the efforts. So
take care all.
Have a good
Take
afternoon.
care, guys.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.
Keep safe. Hope you're better, Barb.